Member Bryden,
Here.
Member Lena,
Here.
Member Noor, Member Opperman,
Here.
Member Sawtell,
Here.
Student Representative Grant, Student Representative Milstein-Jones, Student Representative Mohammed, Student Representative O'Brien, Chair Lentz.
Yes.
And Ali is here too. I didn't hear my name.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll just wait for the flag to come up. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Portland Public Schools recognizes the original inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand. The Wolastoqey, or Maliseet, Mi'kmaq, Penobscot, and Passamaquoddy tribes, known collectively as the Wabanaki Confederacy, or People of the Dawnland. We are honored to have Wabanaki children among our students today, and as a district, we are committed to making the past, present, and future of Wabanaki people visible in our schools and classrooms. And as a reminder of our mission here at Portland Public Schools, the Portland Public Schools is responsible for ensuring a challenging, relevant, and joyful education that empowers every learner to make a difference in the world. We build relationships among families, educators, and the community to promote the healthy development and academic achievement of every learner. And our definition of equity. Equity is all people being held to high expectations and having access to opportunities that are reflective of their individual needs, identities, and experiences. Equity is achieved in Portland Public Schools when there are no identifiable differences in outcomes and experiences for any population subgroup. And with that, I'd like to open it up to public comment. If there's anyone that would like to give public comment, they can come up to the podium. And I'll go over the guidelines for public comment. Or you may raise your hand in Zoom. I do see a hand in Zoom, so I'm just going to go over the guidelines for public comment. Carrie Dowdy, president of the Teachers Union, will be speaking in just a moment, but here are the guidelines for public comment. Speakers will be recognized by the board chair, and comments should be addressed to the board chair. Each individual's public comment will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes or 6 minutes for individuals using an interpreter. Individuals may not relinquish a portion of their allotted time. Speaking on any subject directly related to a school, speak on any subject directly related to school and education matters except for personnel matters, complaints or positive comments concerning specific employees or individuals, or matters pertaining to individual students, which shall be addressed through established policies and procedures. Discussion of personnel matters is not permitted during the public comment period due to the privacy, confidentiality, and due process rights of school employees. Speakers must refrain from engaging in disruptive conduct, including but not limited to using vulgar and/or obscene language, threatening others using words or by other actions, using pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, or other identity factor, making defamatory comments, exceeding the allotted time limits, talking over or interrupting others, and offering comment on matters unrelated to school and education matters. The board will not respond to any comments given. The audience is asked to refrain from responding, including applause, comments, or disruptions. I will stop any public comment that is contrary to these rules. Individuals who refuse to comply with these directions may be asked to leave. To give public comment, you can come forward to the podium or raise your hand. Please introduce yourself with your name and city of residence. We'll alternate if needed between Zoom and in person, and I will keep the time and raise a yellow folder indicating that you have 30 seconds remaining and a red folder when your time is complete. And with that, Ms. Dowdy, please begin.
Can you hear me?
Very low. Can you get closer to your microphone?
Yes. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Of course, thank you so much. Carrie Dowdy, as Sarah mentioned, thank you. I am a Portland resident, 27 Fleetwood Street, and also president of the Portland Education Association. Two things. Welcome back, school board, to the 26-27 school year. I'm sorry that I am not there with you in the room. I'll be back for the very next meeting. And additionally, I wanted to invite all school board members to think about something I'm calling spending a day in our shoes, essentially spending a half or a full day partnering with an educator, interacting with students during the instructional day. I'll be sending out invitations later by the end of this week, and I will work around your schedule and your areas of interest. If you've always thought, what goes on in those art classes at Portland High School? What's it like to spend a day in pre-K? What's it like to fill in the blank? I'll work around those interests of yours. I sincerely hope you will consider and accept this invitation and join us in our schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to give public comment, either here in the room or online? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And I'm going to go ahead and move into my remarks. Yeah, I hope board members take Ms. Dowdy up on her offer. It's super fun to spend time in the schools, especially during the school day. So yeah, take advantage of that for sure. Good evening, everyone. It's August. We're back. I hope everyone had a restful July and part of June. I know a lot of you were still working and in our buildings, but hopefully you got some space and some sunshine. And I just want to welcome you to the start of another school year. I always find that there's something like really beautiful and hopeful about this moment in August. It's not quite to the start of school, but the schools start to come back to life. The students start to find out who their teachers will be. That just happened in my household, and there's a flurry of text messages and calls and parents and just chatter about what the next school year, people start to envision what it's going to be like. And it's very, the excitement starts to build. And teachers and staff start to think about their classrooms. I have a kindergarten teacher on my street who is like sending me messages. Which rug do you think would be better in my classroom for a morning circle? And it's just the layers start to build. And I was lucky enough to get to spend half a day with our building leaders last week, hearing about the ways that they are planning and bringing their teams together, and was just like incredibly inspired to be able to be in a room with the incredible talent that we have in our district. And as a family of one of our PPS students, I know that we are also thinking about, do we have shoes that fit? And do we have shorts that are going to work for that first day of school? I've also started to see, we got transportation folks in the room. The big yellow buses are starting to be on the roads maybe a little bit more. And the light starts to shift. We start to think about, oh, right, summer is moving now into fall. But I have to say, of all the years that I have started on this school board, I am not only carrying that hopefulness and excitement, but I'm also holding quite a bit of anger this year as we move into this start of this school year. Because since the last time that we've met as a board, our community, our greater Portland community, has experienced a tremendous series of losses and violence, fear, and injustice that we simply cannot just set aside because it's still continuing on. Our community is still grieving the loss and the death, the murder of Johan Guerrero at the hands of ICE in Biddeford. We are mourning the murder, the very recent murder of Juju, who is a member of our Portland trans community very recently. And in recent weeks, we've seen once again an increased activity in ICE. Whether or not it is a surge, it is an increase, and it is affecting members of our community, our friends, our neighbors. who are intentionally being targeted because of the languages that they speak and the color of their skin. These events on their own are devastating, but what makes them especially painful, I find, is that feeling that we are just continually being asked to absorb one of these crises after another. All of last year was one crisis after another, and they just keep coming. We're asked to grieve, to be afraid, to watch this violence happen to our neighbors, and then carry on as if everything is normal. But this is not normal. It's not. And we should not become numb to it. We should be angry when people in our community are afraid, angry when families feel unsafe, when they feel unsafe to come to school, angry when people are killed simply because who they are, and angry when the suffering of our neighbors becomes something we are expected to accept as inevitable. And our students are seeing all of this, and they are feeling all of this. They hear what's happening. They see their families worried. They see what happens to people in their communities who just disappear. They will bring those fears and questions into our schools. And our staff and leaders know that we can't just tell them that these things don't matter, right? Because they do matter. It is their life, it is their community, and it matters. Our students are members of this community. Their families are members of this community, and our educators and staff are members of this community. And when our community is hurting, our schools feel that hurt. So yes, we should be angry. Everyone in this room should be very, very angry. But I also want to remind us of something tonight, that Portland is fierce. I often refer to this as our ferocity. Sometimes it shows up in our budget season, sometimes it shows up other places, but it also showed up big time last year, well, this year, I guess technically, when we saw a big surge in ICE activity. We had hundreds of parents and community members who engaged in ways that we hadn't seen before, and we turn our anger into action. And I am certain that we are going to be called upon again and again this year to do exactly that. And we will show our students what it means to stand up when people are being harmed, what it means to refuse to accept cruelty as inevitable. And our schools will remain places where every student, regardless of immigration status, gender identity, race, background, or family circumstances, knows that they belong and knows that the adults around them are working tirelessly, oh so tirelessly, to work to protect their dignity, their safety, and their ability to learn. Because when our community is experiencing fear, we do not retreat into silence. We show up, and we show up again. And I also really want to call upon our partners in the city and in the state, our legislators, our city councilors, to do their part and to do more to protect our community and to do it now. And to anyone listening at home, which I know is few because everyone's still summering, which good for you, but when you do hear this, I urge you to start engaging now as you can. Get to know your neighbors if you haven't already. Sign up for your school's PTO. Go to your watermelon welcome or popsicle. I can't remember the second word that is always so good, but go to your back to school events to get to learn about your community. Learn more about your local school watch or food distribution system. We need each one of us playing our role this year to make sure that our community is as safe as it can be. So with that, welcome back. And I'm so glad that I'm in this community with all of you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back, everybody. I was going to talk about this at the end, but I'll just mention this briefly because Chair Lentz spoke about this. One of the pieces that we need to do to make sure that students and staff feel supported is to make sure that we also have clear protocols and processes in place when it comes to ICE enforcement. That is something the district worked on a significant amount last year, and there will be training for our staff in August to just review those so that things are in place and prepared for the first day of school. With that, I'm going to pivot. And I'm going to pivot to starting by looking back a little bit at what came last year and the progress that was made and the celebrations. We're going to talk a little bit about the strategic plan and what's coming up this year, share an update around the organizational chart, and introduce some leaders that are in the room today. And then we will do what we typically do at the first meeting in August, which is the start of school preparation meeting. So we'll have all of our departments up, just giving you a quick update on what is happening and what's happened over the summer as we prepare for August 31st and the return of students. As I said, we're going to start this year by looking back at what was accomplished last year, as well as year 3 of the strategic plan. So I have a short executive summary, some celebrations. These celebrations came both from looking at student outcomes, as well as getting feedback from our school leaders and department leads about particular accomplishments from this past year, share an update around the strategic plan, and then talk about next steps. When we look at this past year, there was significant progress that was made and a lot to celebrate. And there's work ahead of us. So students continued to gain ground in both subjects. Both math proficiency rose to 48.8%, which if you looked at the Press Herald and the article recently about gains in the state, both math and reading outpace the state improvement. And reading reached a 4-year high of 63.1%. These aren't at the targets yet that we've set ourselves for in our strategic plan. And so when we get to the strategic plan, it will continue to push us. We did see, when we look across 4 years, that gaps have shrunk a little bit. But when we look at this past year, gaps widened a little bit. It actually speaks to what you have to be careful about when you look at absolute proficiency in 1-year snapshots. Because, well, for example, the gap widened by 1.6 points for multilingual students this past year. When we look at growth significantly outpaced for our multilingual learners than they did for the other peers. And so this speaks to significant progress happening at the school level to supporting those students, but them not yet reaching proficiency. Oftentimes that is because of just the years that they've been here, where they're at in their language development. So it's why you have to look at both of those things. When we get to it, year 3 of the strategic plan, based on your feedback, proposes 18 initiatives across the same 5 priorities that we've talked about. And we're grouping some priority initiatives into focus areas that the board identified: mathematics, social emotional learning, and MTSS, students with disabilities, multilingual learners, instructional leadership, and staff support. When we get to it, each initiative now names exactly what concrete actions will be different, starting from this fall into this spring. But let's start with some celebrations. Equity and access, we saw progress in special education and completed a review of our multilingual programming. So I want to share 6 bullets that leaders in our district identified as particular points of pride. Portland Public Schools was named Agency of the Year by the main chapter of the National Association of Social Workers. It was specifically recognizing the district's work around culturally responsive, collaborative practices for students and families. Special education met its implementation targets across our specialized programs. Language development is moving into core instruction, and so we're taking the work of the review and putting it into practices. Multilingual learners, so when we dig into schools, there's particular bright spots. Every multilingual 9th grader at Casco Bay improved their access reading scores. Lyseth exited twice as many multilingual students from services as they did the year before. You want to think about huge numbers of support. Our multilingual team and our family and community engagement specialists handled 2,264 service requests and interpreted 2,256 parent-teacher conferences. That's over 1,100 hours in direct services for families. And Portland Adult Education had its largest high school graduation class in its history. When we dig in around achievement and priority 2, Individual schools saw their numbers move, not just the district average. And so if we zoom in on just some bright spots around schools, Talbot moved from 39 to 52% proficient. Thank you. There we go. Thank you, Amanda. East End from 40 to 48, and Lincoln from 38 to 49. Portland High School saw a 19-point improvement in reading.
Wow.
Row reached 79% in 5th grade, so students being ready for middle school. That row number of 79% is above the state average for 5th graders in the state. Schools are also seeing progress when it comes to early readers and a benefit of the investment both in kindergarten edtechs as well as the phonics program. And so just examples of that at Reiki, when you look at a cohort, you saw improvement within that cohort, both at the kindergarten and 1st grade level in terms of students ready to move on to the next grade. We talk about on track in 9th grade because if a student's on track in 9th grade, the likelihood of success throughout high school and post-secondary is significantly higher. And here at Casco Bay, 95% of 9th graders met the RISE on track definition. And PATHS produced 183 career and technical education completers, 427 industry certifications, and 646 college credits. And we've now used a process for reviewing and adopting curriculum, both for social emotional learning as well as math. And we feel like we're in a space where we can repeat that process for future curriculums. When it comes to the third area around community and belonging, students and families report a stronger connection to our schools. Chronic absenteeism is down overall, and 5 elementary schools are now below the state goal of 10%. On the family survey at Presumpscot, every family reported that their child feels a sense of belonging and they feel welcome at school. At Ocean Ave, student agreed that they treat each other with respect rose by 10 points. Chronic absenteeism at that school dropped below 10%. And Lincoln reduced out-of-school suspensions by 82%. At Portland High, 81% of students reported that they have an adult at school that they can go to for help. Parent University, from our multilingual team, held 20 events, meeting over 600 parents. Make It Happen supported 96 seniors, 91 of whom are pursuing higher education. Wow. And we have significant support. You hear about it on a quarterly basis, but we feel it every day in our classrooms. The foundation raised over $2.4 million, including specific money to support around emergency assistance. Under people and systems, so these are priorities 4 and 5, the operations behind every classroom got stronger and steadier. So this may seem like a low bar, but it is truly the start of our students' day and the end of our students' day. Transportation covered roughly 1,500 miles per day with no major accidents or injuries. They also added scan cards for pre-kindergarten and kindergarten riders and continued to bring out-of-district routes in-house, saving the district funding. We're going to hear about food service and the readiness for the start of the school year, but just to give a sense of scale, our food service served more than 100,000 lunches. They used 6,000 pounds of local beef and 4,000 pounds of halal chicken, and removed 3,800 pounds of sugar from our menus. Human Resources hired more than 150 substitutes to support schools. They visited every school site and offered on-site support for staff. And we have what's really exciting career pathways for ed techs, special education staff, and aspiring leaders that are happening now. Facilities absorbed major new responsibilities. So the team completed more than 2,300 work orders. They supported over 360 events and worked on $7 million in capital projects across 1.5 million square feet of interior space. We also took over HVAC from the city and saw progress there as well. Financial systems continue to improve, and so we now have month-end reconciliation process and a written standard operating procedure for that. Here's a doozer of one when you think about the world right now and IT and IT security. The IT team supported over 4,200 help desk tickets. They addressed and kept the district safe from over 4 million malicious emails. 2,500 enrollment records were processed, and more than 300 intake or enrollment sessions were run for multilingual families. And communications has reached further than we ever have, including at graduation, where it was live streamed across the world, including reaching people in 5 different countries. So very exciting there. And we have a new mobile app that is launching this year to support communication. We're also going to look at the standardized assessments.
Wait, can we stop there just for a second? Can we have a round of applause for all of that,
Oh.
please? And all the people that made that possible? Thank you, PPS.
We also see that it plays out when it comes to impact on students across years. Standardized assessments provide one picture and really only one picture, and we need to be sort of taken within that lens, but there's a lot of things to celebrate within it. And so both math and reading proficiency continue to improve year over year. As I shared, overall reading proficiency is a 4-year high, with every grade band gaining since 2023, excuse me. Elementary and middle school reading both now sit in the low to mid 60s. High school reading bounced back to 56%, so saw some significant improvement there. And one of the things just to note about a small swing there is high school's only testing in grade 10. And so again, because of the small sample size, you will see that, which is why, again, we look at it over multiple years and not just in 1-year snapshots. Math proficiency rose by 7.3 percentage points over the last 4 years. If you looked at the Press Herald article recently about the state performance, I think this is about 5 times the rate of the state. Still a challenge to us, but one that progress is progress, and we should be happy with and celebrate this. Math elementary is up 8 points. Middle school is up about 8 points, and math again, high school level, we see that swing, and here we see the swing in the opposite direction because of the 10th grade only testing. This is what I spoke about in the executive summary. So when we look at across 4 years and multiple years of trend, we see good progress. When we look at it in 1 year, we continue to see a push around our reading and support for economically disadvantaged, multilingual, and students with IEPs. And in math, particularly just around economically disadvantaged. But really a lot to celebrate. And just one other piece I'll highlight here is when we look at this and we look at the district overall, one thing that is particularly a piece of celebrating is that over the time that the assessment scores have gone up, our percent of students that are economically disadvantaged has also gone up by about 10 points. And so oftentimes those numbers heavily track with each other in the opposite direction. That the higher you go up in economically disadvantaged, you see more of a drop in assessment. And so the fact that the district is continuing its support and its progress here is something really to celebrate. And so, as I said, just as we look about these numbers, we need to celebrate progress and redouble our efforts for economically disadvantaged, multilingual, and students with IEPs. And I just call out the second half of this. And so when we think about what we're going to see in this year's strategic plan and what we're going to call out is students with disabilities. So we have foundational curricular work that's happening around specialized programming and resource level literacy intervention to support students. English language development scaffolds are getting deeper and further embedded in core content, starting with math. We plan to launch a multilingual data dashboard so that the gaps are visible and acted on a monthly basis. And as we launch or refocus around math at the elementary level, we're also considering tier 2 support driven by benchmark data. And so just really exciting that the work that is happening in the strategic plan is aligned with what our data is identifying as needs. So just huge progress and celebration, and really credit to both leaders in this room as well as educators and others that will be returning back August 24th. And so with this, let's talk a little bit about the strategic plan and what we have planned for the 26-27 school year. In year 3 of the strategic plan, we have 18 active initiatives with equity carried across all 5 of the priorities. So a couple of just highlights here just around this. We've adjusted the plan based on the feedback that you've provided, and also the feedback that we got on leaders. And so we engaged leaders in June. I shared that feedback with you, and we've adjusted the plan based on the feedback you provided as well in one-to-ones. The work is concrete and largely underway. So what you will see is that it is not starting from scratch, but it is building off of past successes and continuing deepening momentum. And for every active initiative, we're now clearly defining exactly what will be different in June 2027 and how we plan to measure that. And so these are the 18 initiatives. You will see actually 20 on the screen, but 2 of them are in monitor. And so the ELA work that's already happened in K5 and 6-8 will continue to monitor. But we have what is 11 in launch phase. You see that on the left. And then 7 that are in pilot or design phase. The asterisk or the star are initiatives that the board identified as particular priorities. If we sort of double click, as Dr. Proctor says, and it's got me sort of onto saying, if we double click into these, we'll see that the board has basically identified 6 focus areas, and they each have initiatives within them. So we see the math focus with the launch of the curriculum in K5, 6-8, and 9-12. We see social emotional learning and multi-tier systems of support for students. We see work around students with disabilities. We see multilingual learners, instructional leadership, and then staff support and belonging as the areas. And if we then actually double-clicked one step further into these, when you look across these, you can now see on this chart where it has for each of those focus areas, the key actions that will happen this year, the measures that will happen this year, and how it lines up with the mission measures. Those are the things that we had said as a board and as a community about how we'll measure success overall for the strategic plan at the end of the 5 years. And so just to play out one example here, I won't go through all of them, but for mathematics, we have the launch of the curriculum. So in the K8 space, K5 space, this is really a refocusing around illustrative math. In 6-8, it's around Amplify Desmos. And then in 9-12, it's the launch of Envision curriculum across the 3 schools. There's a focus on backwards planned units and fluency routines and using data to drive tier 2 supports. So these are things that whether it's the curriculum committee or it is when we look back at the strategic plan on a quarterly basis that you should be able to ask about and hear how those progress is going. We'll then measure around the number of students engaged in grade level tasks, seeing growth from students on benchmark assessments, and then using our instructional rounds to ensure that the curriculum is taught with fidelity. And then the ultimate mission measure that this aligns with is the overall math proficiency of students. So that's how to read this chart and what you will see over the next year. So just really excited to share this. And then in terms of next steps in monitoring, so we plan to report progress against these measures on a set cadence throughout the year. So in the fall, our school and department improvement plans are being finalized and aligned to the focus areas. And on September 26th and November 21st, assuming we keep those as board retreats, we'll share updates. The full board will return to the strategic plan for its first step back on December 1st. We'll review student results and strategic plan follow-up on March 2nd and May 25th. And so that's a piece where we'll be able to specifically look at assessments. And then we also have a structure this year where we'll have every department come twice to the board, once in the fall to be clear and to establish the priority work, and then again in the spring so that they can share where their updates are. And this allows both the department work that is aligned to the strategic plan, as well as other key work that they're doing, some of which you heard in the celebration piece, but so that you get those updates and that we can celebrate the progress. And so tonight, there's not a specific ask from the board, but just awareness of where the strategic plan is and in terms of next steps, and looking forward to updates at the board retreats and then with the whole board and community at the December 1st board meeting. And so just in summary, when I look at the celebrations, when I look at the student data, it feels like the direction is right in the strategic plan, and year 3 is really about pace and focus of the work, and so continuing on it. And with that, I'll stop there and just see if there's any questions about the strategic plan before I go on to the other pieces.
Questions from the board? Let me just double check.
I don't have a question. I just want to say I'm impressed and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Board Member Ali. Board Member Upperman, did you have a thought?
I have a thought that it was wonderfully clear and specific, and appreciate that, going from data to action.
Other thoughts from the board? Yeah, I do feel like this pared down version is much easier to just like very clearly see the focus for this year. And then this is always my question, but can we get it on the website so that people after this meeting can find it easily? Dr.
Yes.
Warren? Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. I think that's all the questions we've got.
So let's actually use the website as a great segue. Thank you, Chair. In a minute, we're going to meet some leaders that have joined our district. But one of the questions that, if you follow along, whether it's budget process or just general engagement, is we want to always be as clear as possible about who works in the district and what their key roles are. And so we continue to think about how we can share that information both with staff as well as the community. And so I just want to share 2 resources that are available on our website as we go into the new school year. And that always raises the question of who do I go to for? And so just 2 quick things to share. So we moved a piece of information that used to be on the staff hub and sort of behind the paywall, if you will, to the front. And so now for anyone on the community, if you're on our website and you go to About and Central Office Staff and School Administration, you will come to this page. And this page provides you a directory of all central office staff as well as school leaders. And you can see who they are and their key responsibilities, as well as their contact information. And so you can find this right there. And so this is one tool. The second is if you're trying to think about it and you're a visual person and you want to know how this sits in an organizational chart, if you click right here on the Find the Right Person, that takes you to a download that looks like this. And it's a little bit hard to see, but what it is an org chart for the whole district. And as a community member or as a staff member, if you hover over any individual, whether it's the board, myself, or any staff member, you'll get a little blurb about their key responsibilities as well as their contact information. And so it is a way that we're just trying to continue to think about how can we share information in a way that is easiest and most helpful for the community. And so share this with you. And if you have feedback on it, please share it with us. We're happy to continue to iterate on this, but wanted to share this as we go into the start of the school year and people may have questions about who to go to and for what.
And I just know that like the community and staff in particular have been asking for this for several years, and we've tried to provide, but haven't had quite the capacity to be able to do it at this level. So I find it to be an incredible tool that I have been using since it's launched. So just thank you to the data team also for helping pull that together. Anything that they're producing right now is just like really enhancing the website and our ability to share information transparently. So just thank you for getting us to the point where we can start to create things like this. So thank you.
Great. Thank you for that, Chair. This is probably a good time to segue to some introductions before we dive into department updates. The end of the school year and the beginning of a new school year is always a time where we see some transitions in leadership. And it's both an opportunity to thank folks for service as well as to welcome and congratulate others that are stepping into leadership roles. And so we have some folks that are joining us today and others that are able to join us on the 25th that will be here to make quick introductions. And so I'm going to go through first by school and then by department, some introductions, and we'll offer them up a space to come up, introduce themselves in connection to the district. I think you will see that we have great leaders, as you said, Chair, in this district, and I'm super excited to have them here joining us. And so if we can hold applause until the very end, but just looking forward to welcoming people. And so we're going to start with our schools, and actually I'm going to welcome up Ocean Avenue. And so Ocean Avenue, Beverly Stevens, longtime principal at Ocean Avenue, stepped into the assistant superintendent for elementary and secondary. And graciously, Emily Parr has offered to step into the interim principal role. She was previously the assistant principal for a long time at Ocean Ave. And Hannah Tallon is stepped into the interim assistant principal. And Hannah is a longtime employee in the district, including most recently as a ESOL instructor at East End. And so super excited and would love to welcome them up. We're just going to applause every time. Let's just do it.
Okay,
let's just do it.
So rare we get to applaud. Good things. Yeah.
So I'm super excited to step into this interim role, and I've had the pleasure of being part of the Portland Public Schools community for many years now. First as a parent, I'm the proud parent of 3 Portland Schools alumni, and then I began working for Portland Schools about 12 years ago in the capacity as a special education teacher. And then I moved into the role of assistant principal. And now, as I say, I'm very happy to be moving into the role of interim principal at this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm Hannah Tallan. I'm in the district for 30 years, and I have worn several hats. And the titles don't mean much to me, but the students' outcomes and their learning and social emotional learning, their academics are number one for me. I am very happy and lucky to have met Emily and her team, and I will be supporting her with her vision as the interim assistant principal. Thank you so much.
Going to jump not fully across town, but a little bit across town. And Terry Young, who has been a longtime leader in the district, I think got to do something that many of us dream about, which is move from school leadership or central office leadership and work even closer with students. And so he's taken another role in the district and will be supporting students directly, which is really exciting. But it also meant that we got to welcome Amanda Williams, who is joining us as the principal of Talbot. And so I'd love to welcome her up.
Party, and you're all invited. It's the 26th at 4 o'clock. I am very excited.
Oh, can you use the microphone so it goes onto the internet? There you go.
You're invited to popsicle party. 26th, 4 o'clock. My name is Amanda Williams, and I'm very excited to be the principal at Talbot. I would like to shout out former principal Terry Young. He has been very welcoming. He has shared a lot of invaluable information and data. Speaking of data, it's amazing. Looking at Talbot data, it has come. It is in the middle of something really, really awesome, and I get to jump in. So I've already kind of, working on our motto of growing what works. There are a lot of things in place that are working, and my goal is to support and systemize whatever isn't already there. So hopefully I can offer those contributions.
Thank you.
In terms of school leaders, we have a couple of more that will join us on the 25th, but I'll just say it here for sort of completeness. John Nauhaus joined us as the interim principal at King, and so he will be here on the 25th. Blake Castle transitioned from the secondary. Getting eyes from Jennifer. Blake is on vacation this week and getting ready. She was the special education coordinator for a network. And then one that we just recently shared, which is that Darylyn Jones, who's been the principal of Moore for the last 2 years, has decided to step back and will be transitioning out of the district. And I will just say that Darylyn and I came in at the same time. And so there's a lot of sadness to see Principal Jones leave. And I wish her nothing but the best as she goes back to Michigan. And so look forward to hearing more and following her success from a distance. We did just share with the community on Monday that Alice Buckley will step in as interim principal there. Alice is been the culture and climate coordinator for the secondary network and was a longtime principal in Texas. And so was interested in supporting and digging into some schoolwork. And so we'll have Alice here in a future meeting. I have one other school leader that I want to name as we move up to the high school level, and super excited as we think about Deering and the work that's happening there, that we're really fortunate to have Ilunga Mutombo step over from, Ilunga is stepping over from the guidance counseling suite into the assistant principal role, and so we'd love to give you the mic.
It is an honor to be here. In 2000, I came to America as an immigrant, son of an immigrant, went to Iraqi school. That Portland really welcomed my family. And to just come back in this role of being a leader in this Deering halls, which I walked as a freshman, is such a huge honor. When I think about Portland, I think about growth, I think about equity, I think about love and really nurturing the students. And I'm so proud to be a part of that process and get to help the leadership team at Deering. It's an honor. And when I think about Portland, there's a quote that comes up to me, says, each one teach one. And I get to do that. And we all get to do that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Want to shift over to our departments. And again, we'll do introductions. First, I want to welcome up Ashley Carroll. Ashley is joining the district as our tech integrationist. And so that is a lot, and it'll be a focus this year. And so super excited to have her here.
Hello, I'm coming over from Brunswick, where I was a technology integrator building base. So I'm looking forward to the challenge of being district-wide. I started my career as an elementary educator before switching over to technology integration, which has been over half of my career now. So I'm not sure I really get to claim that teaching anymore. I have a master's in curriculum and instruction, so my priority is always the learning first, the technology second. And I know that technology is a concern for our families, and rightfully so. So I'm looking forward to partnering with families and with our staff to set priorities for our district and our students to make sure they're successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Sometimes when you see the city's budget and their facility report, they talk about 2.5 million square feet of building. What they don't always mention is that 1.5 million of that is the school district. And that's a huge amount of work that our facilities team does. And it's a small but mighty team. And we're super excited to welcome John Ball, who's joining as the assistant director for that department.
Hi, I'm excited to be here. New to Maine and new to the district. So I can't speak to all the schools yet, but in my first month here, just the amount of support from all the departments, all the leaders has made it a very easy landing, and I'm excited for the school year ahead.
Awesome. Thanks, John. The next introduction is not somebody new to the district, but somebody in a new role. Caitlin Miller has served in a number of roles in the district and Last year, she served as an assistant principal with Endearing to help out when there was a need there. And this year, she is stepping into the secondary special education director role for our network team. So super excited to welcome Caitlin.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Scallon and board. Thanks so much for having me here tonight. I'm really excited to enter my 4th year here with Portland Public Schools. I think this is an amazing community of students, staff, families. I'm really looking forward to continuing this work within the special ed department. Before I started here in Portland, my entire career was in Philadelphia Public Schools, both as a special education teacher for 9 years in specialized programs, and then as a school-based special ed leader. So I'm just really grateful for this opportunity to continue the great work that's been happening across the district. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just one more introduction tonight. When we started the process of looking for a director of civil rights compliance, I thought at some level we may be looking for a unicorn, somebody who knew how to step into a district, knew how to support equity work, and knew how to think about supporting in investigations. And we're actually really fortunate that we had that person not only identified in the process, but we actually had him here already as a teacher at King. And so super excited to welcome Stephen Mack McKinnon, who's joining as the Director of Civil Rights Compliance.
Yeah, thank you very much. The last 5 years, I was an ELA teacher at King Middle School. Prior to that, for 13 years, I worked in a large urban district, Hartford, Connecticut, as an ELA teacher as well. And before that, this is where I get that unicorn status, I guess. I was also a practicing attorney in Connecticut. I had a contract with the state of Connecticut as a special public defender in the juvenile court system as well. I also had extensive litigation experience in front of the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunity. So just all my background sort of melded together here, and I'm really looking forward to this new position. Thank you.
Thanks, Mac. So as it gives you a sense, we have a great set of leaders that are both continuing the work, as well as individuals who are joining in either new roles or new to the district. And so just super excited to have them. We will do more introductions on the 25th. And what we're going to turn into is how we're preparing for the start of the school year. And what you will see is that these individuals, the teams that they're joining, have really been busy all summer, making sure that when we get to August 31st and welcome students back, that things are ready and that the ground is run. And so Chair Lentz, you mentioned that you're seeing more yellow buses. The truth is that transportation never stops running over the summer, and they have been doing stops for rec and specialized programs all summer. And so they've done that, and at the same time, built routes for this next year. Food service has been preparing for next year, and Tyler's been searching for more sugar to remove from menus. And we've been serving families food this summer and have had that available. And facilities has been doing capital improvements, doing regular maintenance, and all of the cleaning that goes into the start of the school year. And so what we're going to do tonight is provide a department by department update around where we're at when it comes to start of school. What I would ask is that we go department by department, do that, and then any questions that we tackle at the end, because sometimes they'll be answered by other departments. And so with that, I'm just going to pull up the slideshow. It looks like I got kicked off of Zoom, so give me 1 second. And if elementary just wants to join us as I get onto Zoom, as they're up first. Great, there we are. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Stevens here in a second. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of dates on the front end so that families see it. So new staff orientation is happening the 18th through the 21st. August 21st is when families will have their bus route information. And so please hold to reach out for a couple of days. But that is, as we said there, the deadline. So you will receive it by the 21st.
And how do they get it?
That's a great question. Dr. Warren, do you want to answer that, or do we want to do that with our transportation team when they come up?
Let's do it when they present.
Great, thank you. We have our first days for teachers and ed techs, the 24th through the 27th. That includes the Merrill Auditorium event on the 25th, where we have everybody together. August 28th is a day off for teachers and ed techs, so they spend 4 days setting up for the school year, and then they're off that Friday. First day of school for grades 1st through 12th is August 31st. That's right, seniors, you have to come back a day before pre-K and kindergarten. Kindergarten and pre-K start on September 1st. September 4th, there is no school on that day. And September 7th, there is no school, as that is the Friday before Labor Day, and the 7th is Labor Day. And then just a reminder, as we look at September 21st, that is Yom Kippur, also a non-school day. And included in the information is the 26-27 calendar, so if folks want to look at it, they have access to it. But just want to make sure folks had those dates up front. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Stevens.
Good evening. Just wanting to show, running through a little bit who our leaders are, and really appreciative of our newest leaders joining the crew here, so that we could, and they've been here last week to really help us start the school year with our retreat for August. So we have the list of school leaders, and then listed the elementary cohort, the elementary network team on the third page there. So you can see who's who. Not many changes on that page. And then just wanting to look at some summer highlights. So last week we held professional development for all of our PPS leaders. And the second half of the week was for elementary leaders to focus on the why and how we'll be meeting the school's goals for the strategic plan, looking at where their school is at and what they need to do next for us to meet those goals as a district, having our students show more achievement. And so we have a higher percentage of kids who are meeting the standard grade level standard. It's exciting. With major work of this year's mathematics. Professional development in math for the school year has been planned, and train the trainer sessions have been held this week for instructional coaches. And that's going to go across the whole school year. And for teachers in the classroom, everyone else, the arc of training for professional development in SEL, math, and continued literacy. We also are going to be working between now and the first day of school. We have two people who are stepping into the leadership roles at schools who are dynamite, really excited that they're joining the team. And we are ensuring that we have qualified and confident educators for all students. And how we're addressing that is that we still have some openings, but partnering with HR and to process a large number of hires through July and August. So you know, they've hired on a lot of people this summer, but we need to do a few more. And working with the cabinet to right size, to move positions from one school to another. But maybe one school had less of an enrollment, one school had more of an enrollment. So making those matches and so trying to be cost neutral when possible to fill those needs for students in their classrooms.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens. It's like full of clapping today. I like it. We need to do this every meeting. I'm going to welcome up Dr. Holloway.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Tuesday. As you can see here on the screen, we have a good mix of returning leaders coming back, but also just a mixture of new faces, self-included, at the secondary level. So really excited, and one addendum that you could see up here, we've talked about it already. Alice Buckley moving into that interim role with Lyman Moore Middle School. So just wanted to make sure folks saw that. Similar to Dr. Stevens, we also kind of mirrored the same kind of setup with our slides as well, with mirroring the secondary network team and showing you here who's also here. Right at this particular time, you could see that there's a vacancy because Alice Buckley has transitioned, but we're working on a plan of action to move forward with that. You can go to the next slide now. Really wanted to just talk about some of the highlights. Some of the things that we've been talking about this summer is really reimagining what the middle school level really looks like. Thinking about that powerful learning experience we want to provide for our 6th to 8th graders at this time. We've hosted 2 different community engagement sessions. One was at Lincoln Middle School. The other one was actually virtual. And this was a good opportunity to engage community stakeholders on really thinking about the redesign of what middle school, high quality school experience could really look like. And we're continuing that work as we go forward. Some of the summer programming that took place this year, all of our high schools really had an experience with the Summer Bridge program. So ensuring that we make sure that some of our incoming 9th graders had the opportunity to do some skill building, some academics and social confidence building, both Deering, and shout outs to both Deering and Casco Bay High School for really creating some of those credit recovery intensives for students to help support with them getting some of those additional credits that they need. And as a maritime enthusiast myself, really excited about Portland High School hosting a Wells Summer Science Camp for multilingual young women. I thought this was a really great opportunity for some of our young women, our women of color specifically, to have this experience in the STEM field. So really grateful that we had and hope we continue to do programs like this going forward. Similar to Dr. Stevens, we brought our leaders back and had an opportunity to really work on continuous growth and improvement with some of our work at the secondary level, thinking about some of those desired student outcomes. The work in between now and the first day of school. Two things that I kind of listed here was just building predictability and also just ruthless prioritization. In regards to predictability, we want to make sure that we're really having some purposeful school visits. We're really implementing some of those instructional walkthroughs. Dr. Proctor has talked about those step backs like we did last year, and really want to make sure that we're being really intentional about doing those, really creating the data-driven decision-making, and also thinking about partnering with our data and accountability team. And then secondly, that ruthless prioritization, and that's really protecting the time for our leaders. We want to make sure that they have not only an opportunity to lead our schools, but also they get learning as well as they're doing that leading. So how can they be leaders of learning? And the ways that we do that is protecting their time and really thinking about how we're working with decision-making matrices as we go forward. So that's the secondary schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Holloway. I'm going to welcome up Jennifer Slabink, Executive Director of Human Resources.
Thank you. So as you see here, it is our second start of school year for our current team. This is my third start with Portland Public Schools, but for our team of 9, our mighty 9, this is their second year moving through this process. And I'm not going to read through what everybody does. That's on these 2 slides. Just would say that we've spent a lot of time this summer sort of reviewing, interrogating our processes and our systems and looking for ways to make improvements and to ensure that we have the tightest and best processes possible in place. So you can see our directors there and then the rest of our team, and just huge props to them because as you'll see in the next slide, there's been a lot of work done over the course of the summer. So we have or are currently processing since June 1st, 350 employee actions. So that includes onboarding, offboarding, job changes, anything that's happened with an employee since June 1st. That doesn't include everything from before June 1st, all the hires that were already being made at that point for the 26-27 school year. So a lot of work going on. Continuing to do that work on the CHRCs, looking at you, Sarah Bryden, near 100% compliance rate, 1 person with an expired CHRC that was on July 31st. That person's handled it, and there's another one that we're working on now to get in place before they come back next week. So really great work. And just shout out to Erin Tosi, who's handled that work, and she has been on top of it without fail. We've also moved over to the help desk ticketing system. Really, this was done, and you'll see the other 2 bullets here or the other 2 pieces here are talking about being proactive instead of reactive. And so one of the things we hear loud and clear is trying to be better about our response rate. And being honest. Sometimes the emails are coming in hot and heavy and often to multiple people on the team, and we often find ourselves all trying to handle the same task, or not having visibility into something, and maybe something's missed because someone's on vacation, but it's sitting in their inbox. So we've tried to move over into this help desk ticketing system, thanks to the guidance and advice of my colleagues, Lisa Beck and Haley Didrikson, who told me that's the way to go. And so since May 3rd, which is when we migrated over there, we've moved through 241 tickets thus far in that system, still trying to help people. So if you're watching, want our employees to go through that system, but currently with a 96% closure rate. And there's better data around how quickly we're getting responses out to people, but I'm really pleased with how that's worked for our team. And so again, trying to move from reactive to proactive. First of all, just certifications. I know our site leaders have heard me say it a lot. We are really working on tightening this up. And so Rosa is going to be going out and doing some one-to-one certification support weekly. She'll be spending every Friday next year out on campuses to be available, to be working with staff directly, providing that teacher certification support. And then Liz Vaughn is providing that EdTech certification support. So that's a plan that she'll be doing. Also sending out monthly reports to our administrators so they can see who on their staff is coming up for renewal. Right now, we do send out communications at the 3-month, 2-month, 1-month mark for certifications and CHRC renewals so that folks know that that's coming. So we're working to make sure that our site and department admin have better visibility into that data too, so they can help support us in supporting staff who are really busy, but may just need a little reminder that that certification's about to expire and we can't keep you in our classrooms if you're not getting those things done. So working on being a little more proactive with that. And then also with our communication, we launched at the end of last year some weekly office hours. So on Tuesdays from 3:30 to 4:30, we have a virtual office hour. There's some thematic weeks and some are just sort of open for whatever questions people might have. The campus visits, we actually started that in the spring of 25 when the new team came on board, getting out to as many schools as we could. Last year, we got to every school campus and several of our departments as well, and really, again, just trying to be out and visible and be able to answer questions. Most of the questions thematically for that have been around benefits and retirement. We are adding a series of leadership check-ins. Those are biweekly office hours for our leaders so that they have also a time of devoted attention to help answer the questions that they have for us. Again, I mentioned that help desk, expansion of the documentation and materials we have on the staff hub. So lots of new SOPs that were added in the last year there. And we've got a draft staff handbook that now we're working to revise and finalize so that we can have a staff handbook from centrally, and I know a lot of our sites have those as well. We'll work this year on bringing those things together, but right now we're focused on our district-wide staff handbook. So I feel like I talked a lot and quickly, so I'm going to go get my water. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Going to welcome up our facilities team.
Just briefly on facilities department, as John was introduced earlier, and Ryan gave a little kudos. We are a team of 3, and currently there's just the 2 of us. So we're continuing to throw more work at John, and John has been doing a great job taking it all, and I'll do it until he pushes back. So you can go on to the next slide there. What's going on in facilities this summer? It's really the most important part of the year for us. Every response to a work order or phone call is important, but we have a lot of projects that are staff and student impacting. So we work really hard to get them done during the summer. Of course, floor restoration is a project that we really focus hard on all summer long. This year, we included a pilot program where we got a new type of machinery that requires a little less chemicals, and we have a team of 4 that is going to some of the more challenging schools in dedicating more time to that. We're doing as many painting projects as we can. There's always room for improvement, but we're getting a lot of painting done. A little surprise and delight, drive by more anytime soon, and you'll see some of the painting that we've been doing just by driving through the parking lot. And maintenance, as we'll talk earlier with our middle school project, there's always maintenance to do. And we have high standards and try to get as much done as we can. And then some of the other work that we're doing, CIP work, you might see driving in or out of here today, all these flags in the yard. We're working on doing the lighting, outside lighting here, starting in 2 weeks. You drive by Stevens Ave, you see all the scaffolding up. We're working on the windows and the exterior of Longfellow. And we've been working parallel with both Harriman and our building assessments, which will be a lot of conversation in the future, including tonight a little, and with Train Energy on our ESCO project. And they've been going out to all our buildings, including even Cliff Island tomorrow, to check all our buildings and get back to us with some reporting soon.
Just can you define ESCO and talk a little bit about what that is so that folks from the community who don't know the acronym will know?
Sure. Actually, we were just talking about this. It's Energy Savings Company is the acronym, which is debatable. If you go on Google, it's or even talk to each other. But basically, what it is, it's an outside party. We worked over the late winter and spring and selected Train Energy to assist us. And Train is going out and looking at many things, including our HVAC, our lighting we have, the thickness of the insulation on the roof, solar opportunities, both on the roof and, in parking lots even, all kinds of different opportunities, and proving on paper that we're going to save X amount of energy consumption. So we'll be able to pay for a project with the savings over a proved out period of time, anywhere from 5 years to 25 years. So the goal is to upgrade many different areas of our footprint with very little impact on our annual budget year over year.
Thank you for that.
Bravo. More clapping.
We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna welcome up Ben and Katie from our transportation team.
Hi, and welcome back. We have been working all summer, Katie and I, and we also have a new dispatcher named Stephanie who came on board, I think, over the summer, right? Yep. So up on the slide there, you kind of get to see our team. I'm Ben. I'm the transportation director. Katie's the assistant director. She does all the routing and scheduling and things like that. And then Stephanie is typically who you'd get on the phone if you called. We can move to the next slide there. For the summer highlights, like I said, we never really stopped moving. One of the things that I am excited about is getting back to our regular PPS schedule, because during the summertime, the schedules are so all over the place, they're very difficult to manage. So getting back on the consistent 3 tiers at Portland schools is exciting. We provided transportation for 3 new summer programs during this year. We had late runs during the summer. This summer, that's new. We had 4 p.m. late runs at Talbot and East End. Those are still going. They went today. And then we transport an additional 63 SPED students this summer versus last year. So that was a huge increase. When you think about it in terms of like regular bus, it's only one bus. 63 special ed students with accommodation is a lot more vehicles than regular ed. So it was quite a crunch. Between now and the first day of school, I can say that between the time I wrote this and now, we only need to hire one more bus driver and two more assistants. I attended the career fair at the Portland Career Center. That was very successful, and actually they have there's a lot of folks that could have served in other capacities around the district too. So that was a really good thing to attend. I updated our job postings to focus on the perks. We have so many perks here at Portland schools, everything from holidays, vacation time, benefits, everything is awesome. So kind of put that at the beginning. And then one of the biggest challenges is the cost of athletic transportation. There's not really any way around that currently, other than contracting, just because of where the bell times are and where they fall. So all of our staff are driving kids to and from school when athletics depart. So that one continues to be a challenge.
And just before we let them off, you saw earlier in my slides that they do about 1,500 miles a day. And in the time that Ben and Katie have been with the department, they haven't canceled a single bus run across that time, which is remarkable when you consider the amount of juggling. So thank you, guys. Going to welcome up.
To answer your one question about
yes, thank you.
and how routes will be determined, by the 21st, the bus routes will be submitted to families through Reach My Teach, and families will be able to, at that time, see their students' bus routes in the My Ride K through 12 app.
Awesome. Thank you, Katie. Going to welcome up Tyler, who is our Director of Food Services.
Good evening, board. I just want to thank everyone for having me here tonight. As you can see, and as most operations departments, it's a small but mighty team. It's myself and Don Hilton, who's been a long time admin assistant. We also have a long time district manager, Nancy McAdam, who I just want to give an applause to. She's been here for over 30 years and she's retiring this year. It'll be a huge hit for our department, but we're going to keep on going and make large strides with her absence. Then we can go to the next slide. So some summer highlights. We have a pretty unique one where we are rolling out a new menu software, which is Link Connect. It'll allow our families to translate to many more languages than our previous software. While we were in summer meals this year, we served over 30,000 meals across the city. And then all of the years, menus are written already with the influence and focus of local and culturally responsive meals for our students. And then some struggles that we're going through, but we're going to always keep on churning and making sure that we're going to address these issues, is that we are changing our prime vendor from Cisco to PFG. This is really due from a procurement standpoint, and it's with the co-op that we are part of. I've just been in close contact with them on a daily basis, making sure that there'll be a seamless flow throughout the school year. And then some vacancy issues. We've actually sent in 2 of the vacancies today, so hopefully those will be addressed before the beginning of the year. But other than that, we're just going to keep on going. And I know board chair or board Opperman, if you want to come on the 25th, because I know you like coming for our culturally responsive meals, it is going to be a spicy mango chicken with ginger and lime rice and some September 25th. And everyone is welcome. Not just you, but I know you always ask. Yeah. Thank you guys, everyone.
Thank you, Tyler. happy to welcome up Haley Diedrichson, who oversees within one umbrella like 17 departments. And so happy to have Haley here.
Thank you for having me. Yes, I was told I could only make one slide. So the Data and Technology Department is a very broad umbrella, and I have an amazing leadership team who is really supporting the day-to-day work. I'm joined, Brian's in the back, Brian Newcomb leading the IT team, Assistant Director of IT, Amy Rounds, Matt Powers, our Director of Data and Analytics, and Becky Vance Charles, our Director of Student Records and Data Systems. And of course, the day-to-day work wouldn't happen with the rest of the team, and I won't read everyone's names, but we really do have an incredible set of hands who are working tirelessly. We are a department of problem solvers, and we can't help ourselves. We just have to try to solve the problem. So we have been keeping quite busy. I won't go into all of the things we've been working on, but a few exciting highlights from across the department. The data team has really been digging into digitizing some of our tools and building new resources that are designed to make it easier for families to engage with us. Some examples, we launched a new map tool on the website that lets new families who are coming to PPS look up their neighborhood school more easily, and it's embedded on the website. We have also built a new electronic field trip form that will make it easier for families to give permission for field trips, but also easier for staff to keep track of who has submitted them. There's even some built-in reminders. You can put a calendar reminder for yourself so you don't forget to pack your kiddo's lunch. For the enrollment team, they have been keeping quite busy. We have processed over 600 and counting new students who are joining PPS in the fall. And each student who joins our district, we handle those records with care. It's a process that involves a thorough verification of records to ensure that they're enrolling in the right place. But it's really about building a data foundation, because if we get the enrollment record right, then all of the data systems that feed from those data will be right as well. In addition, in the IT team, we've really been focusing on our infrastructure and cybersecurity systems. Unfortunately, in the age of AI, cyber threats are going to increase exponentially, but thanks to Brian's leadership, we've made some really strategic investments and invested time in sort of building out our cybersecurity stance. So we're going into the new year in a strong position. We have a lot to do in the next few weeks, but I think this is our busy season in many ways, but we've tried to think creatively about how to be responsive, because students can't wait to enroll in school and we can't wait to have technology systems on. And so how can we think creatively about ensuring we have the capacity necessary to get the work done? So one example of a creative solution that our team has implemented this year is sort of this seasonal support from our school-based staff. We've partnered with some folks who are ESOL teachers who are coming in to help with multilingual intake assessments so that we can make sure that we have our multilingual students starting with us on day one. And the reality for the IT team is we, like facilities, are grappling with how to deal with aging IT infrastructure. But thankfully, the team is working very hard to get a good handle on what is the state of affairs of our IT infrastructure and how do we strategically plan for the future so that we are building our budget for the future, focused on making sure we are replacing the things that need to be replaced so we don't find ourselves in a crisis moment. So huge shout out to the team. They've been working very hard. So if you see them, say thank you.
Thank you, Harry. And so just in closing, as you can see, work in the district does not stop over the summer. And in fact, in some areas actually accelerates. And the team has been working hard since the last day of school to make sure that we're ready for the first day of school. And so just a big thank you to everybody who presented tonight, as well as all of the folks that are even at schools right now, making sure that we're ready for August 31st. And so with that, Board Chair, I will turn it back to you for any questions.
I'm just like reflecting on the first year that I was on the board, and just what a tremendous difference of the amount of systems and operations that have been put in place to make this amount of information available to the public and to the board at this point. And for all of these department leaders to have gotten up and to be able to concisely report out like this is absolutely tremendous and just such a testament to all of the work that has happened in the last several years. So I just want us to all just kind of like hold on to this because it is such a testament to the hard work that has been happening. And I know that things are going to get hard this year, but please, please, please remember you are doing such good work. And it is helping our students and our district to be an incredible place. So just thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What questions does the board have? Board member Ali?
Yeah, I just had a quick question,
Yeah.
specifically on the infrastructure around IT and whatnot and the new programs. I did hear some new programs coming in, and I just want to know how we're giving that messaging to the public and how these new programs and how to use them and everything like that.
Yeah, so I'll try to parse that a little bit. So when I'm referring to infrastructure in IT, there's a few different things that could mean. So I was actually referring to things like access points, those little things on the ceiling that give you Wi-Fi, switches. So the things that allow us to have a network that runs in our system. But we do also have new software that are rolling out. And obviously in an increasingly digital world, more and more things are going online. So when we think about the work of the IT, we're very lucky to have Ashley joining us with that expertise in technology integration. So as far as softwares that have an instructional focus, so things that will be in our classrooms, Ashley is going to be leading the charge on building the capacity of educators in our building to understand how to use those tools strategically, intentionally, not as the default, but with intentionality. And then there's going to be sort of a secondary component of her work that's really going to focus on creating materials for families so that they can understand when their kiddo comes home and says, oh, we were doing this new math intervention on the Chromebook. What is that thing? What is the evidence base behind it? And sort of how is it being used in the classroom? And then for other investments in technology, when you think about software, we have, all departments across the district use different software tools. Generally speaking, that all comes through the IT department. And so we're really fortunate to have an engineering team that will help vet, the security of those tools, work with individual departments to make sure that they're making a good technology investment, and then sort of where appropriate, try to provide training and support, and even bring it into our single sign-on tool so that it's easier for staff to access. So infrastructure is kind of a broad term, so I don't know if that answered what you were going for.
Yeah, for the infrastructure, yes, thank you for that explanation, but it's more of how do we get parents to be educated on how to use the programs, the new programs that are being launched?
Gotcha. So things like the new app.
Yeah.
So that will live with the communications department. So I don't know, Dr. Warren, if you want to chime in on that particular tool.
Sorry, you were asking about the app for families?
Yeah.
That is, we have a couple more technical hurdles to get through to have that, but the goal of that is for families, the goal is for families to have something on their phone that easily allows them to tap into information coming from the district, but it allows choice so that families can say, these are the topics and these are the schools that I'm interested in. And then they get a feed that comes straight to their phone that gives them those particular things. I do want to note that that's separate from the My Ride Bus app, which I would encourage people to sign up for because I think not everyone knows about that still. But it's an amazing resource to have because you can actually track where the bus is and what the arrival is. So that's different from this other app, which is also paired with, it's connected to a new newsletter format. So we'll be launching a different newsletter format as well, which will both be accessible on the website and online and through the app.
Great. Does the new app have a name yet? Or it's okay if you don't have it right now.
blanking on the name
That's
of
fine.
it right now. It does have a name.
Okay, we'll get it at some point. Next meeting. Beautiful. Any other questions from the board? Great. Superintendent?
Yeah, so just want to thank the staff that came specifically for the start of the school or introductions and to release them if they want to go home, as they have a lot still to do for the start of the school year. But just thank you guys for your work again.
And I'm actually going to have us do a 10-minute recess, if that's okay.
We just do one additional thing, which is just note for the board and community that as we get back to the year, just a reminder that at the end of the superintendent comments on the board is always the positions that are for board information only. So those are new hires that don't go through a technical board vote, as well as separations. And so you have that information always available there. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, you're gonna take you there because we hear your body and it's clean yourself.
My water like stuff that I so I didn't eat it. So I said, all right, I know where I'm gonna go with that. I brought certain.
All right, we are back.
You ready?
Yeah. Up next, we have the report of the secretary. We have the consideration and action to approve the meeting minutes of June 23rd, 2026. Are there any corrections to this set of meeting minutes? Right, seeing none, the minutes are approved as distributed. And up next, we have our middle school design update.
For this section, I'm happy to welcome up Dr. Proctor, who's our Chief of Schools and Academics.
Good evening, everyone. Glad to be here with you this evening and to share an update, as we said that we would regularly, regarding middle school and middle school redesign.
Dr. Proctor, could you adjust the microphone just a little bit? We're not getting you.
A little high up here, so
thank you.
let me bend over. Can you hear me a little bit better?
That's better. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, so if we go to the next slide, you'll see that we're going to talk a little bit about, the items that you see before you, touch on the resolution just to refresh, the community engagements that we have held, what we're hearing, some emerging thoughts around the framework, considerations on grading configurations, et cetera. Middle school facilities will be shared with us by Sarah Warren, and then we'll talk a little bit about next steps and timeline. And so the resolution, it's grounded in the vision, mission, and portrait of a graduate and a portrait of a school community. These are shared commitments that really anchor the entire process that we've been engaging in. District staff and design middle school framework has been informed by community voice, research, and exemplary national models. There's been calls for broader engagement. We're broadening our engagements, of course, to include all of our staff and families and students and community members. It's not a staff-only process, right? We've been seeing a number of parents and community members participate. And through various means as well. We've had virtual settings where we've invited community engagement. We've had in-person settings. And so there's been, a variety of avenues for access, for engagement and participation in the entire process. We've set goals, and the next thing is really to start thinking about and designing what options could possibly look like. Next slide. Community engagement, as I said before, we held 4 sessions to date, July 21st, July 23rd as a virtual and in-person session. We've had a broad representation of students, families, staff, communities, as I said before. It's been open access with multiple avenues of online platform, and that lets others explore the models and what we're looking at. We've also introduced an asynchronous process where if you want to review the materials and still give feedback, if you're not able to join a particular date and time or come in person for a particular engagement activity, we've created an asynchronous model framework where you could participate, read through the materials and the current thinking, and then give your feedback. And all of this is feeding into the design and into the work of the guiding coalition. So we have our we have our work group meetings. Our work groups are centered in academics, finance, operations, facilities, covering some of these, 360 perspectives as to what is going to be necessary as an input into the process. And out of the work groups, then it'll surface to our guiding coalition. And in the guiding coalition is where we take, it's kind of this telephone where we receive information and we also share back out to the work groups and ask for more information and maybe give a little bit more defined direction to information and data that we may be needing from the work groups into the design coalition. The next slide then really speaks to, what we're hearing. So the energy and ideas coming from our community have been the story of the process. And we definitely are hearing a lot of things, right? Participants are engaging thoughtfully. There's a strong appetite for real world, hands-on learning, more connected learning tied to the real world for our students, a clear hunger for rigor, high expectations, alongside with those things that we, include as creativity, but also there we hear that cry for rigor, rigor, rigor. Families and students want to be partners, not bystanders in shaping the work. So families are our true partners. And the enthusiasm is the foundation, again, for the work groups that are building on the design frameworks that are coming into shape. Next slide. And so our community feedback clusters around 6 consistent themes: academic rigor, as I shared before, and curriculum, culture, belonging, and SEL, physical space and facilities, staffing and collaborative time, schedules and operations, and family and community voice. And so, to really hone in a little deeper, we are going to continue to build upon these consistent themes. And out of these consistent themes have come the emergence of a framework. And so now Dr. Holloway is going to take us through the next couple of slides. It's going to really dig us a little deeper into what is emerging as a framework.
Thank you, Dr. Proctor. So just to reiterate, from the community input and feedback we've been able to receive, we've been able to surface what you see here as a design framework, those 6 themes kind of coupled into this 6-pillar framework here: academic programming, school organization, multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, special education, ESOL programming, and climate and culture. From an academic programming piece is really thinking about the high quality learning and student experience that we want our children to have here in Portland. Authentic engagement when we're thinking about some of those, like project-based learning, hands-on, hearts-on, minds-on education. What do we really mean when we say academic programming, those high quality learning experiences? That second part here is about school organization, and that's really about how do we build systems and structures that are going to be conducive for the learning environment. I truly do believe that if we build the right systems, people will do the right work, and if we have the best structures, then our learning will also be just as great as well. So how are we thinking about the structures and the systems that are in that are situated within Portland Public Schools? Multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. So we're talking about how do we think about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 levels of instruction to ensure that students feel like they belong, that they're known by name, strength, and need, that we're reinforcing some of those positive behavior interventions when it comes to attendance, behavior, and engagement, and just a sense of well-being. That was very, very clearly stated from the community. And then, of course, can't think about just special education, our students with special needs. Want to ensure that we are being mindful of our students who are most marginalized and who are furthest away from education justice. So how are we thinking about the learning experience from that particular lens within this framework, as well as our ESOL programming, so our multilingual learners, making sure that their language is actually being implemented and integrated into the learning environment. as well. And then last, but certainly not least, that climate and culture, which is a huge piece, what I would say is really a through line throughout this particular framework. Again, making sure that not only the students feel like they belong, but the families, as well as the adults feel connected to the community, to the students. I think, I can't remember, there was a data point about 76% of families want to feel as if they have at least one connection, or their student has at least one connection to an adult. So that came up pretty clear within our community input. And so how do we make that a through line to make sure that all of our students feel like they are connected to at least one adult in the building that they are choosing to get their learning experience in. So this is kind of the framework here. This is the framework of the pillars from this framework that we're using this lens in terms of our work group. So it's been a great experience. So when we think about that framework, we got to think about some of the possibilities. So how might we create high quality learning experiences for our youth, for our families here in Portland Public Schools? These are some of the possibilities that are coming up in these conversations. So exploring the design considerations that are shaped by our parents and families. A grade configuration has come up quite a bit. Thinking about possible models of grades, thinking about whether if it's still 6 through 8 in the middle school level, is it a 5-6? Is it a 7-8? I know some folks refer to that as like a junior high school, or a 5-8 model also came up as well, just in terms of like a student adolescent. So when we think about our pre-K getting infused into our current elementary school settings, does that open up space for fifth graders to be moved into the middle school level? So these are some of the conversations that have come up, and just considering the academic portion of it, but also just the operation and facilities parts as well. If we're expanding at the middle school level, then we have to think about the expansion of our buildings. If we're contracting at the middle school level, then we have to think about our buildings from a staffing implications point, as well as from an operation and transportation standpoint. Extended day was also a possibility that we're thinking about that came up within our group conversations, our work group conversations, exploring additional learning time. We know that it doesn't necessarily mean that if we extend the day that academic learning is going to be the thing that solves is the panacea, but it would be a really good opportunity if we can think about extending the learning for the day. What other opportunities may be there other than just academic enrichment? Are there opportunities for extracurricular activities to be in-house during the day? When we think about advisory, when we're thinking about social emotional learning, currently right now, this at secondary level and also the elementary level, I'm just curious in thinking about, our Character Strong curriculum that we're going to be implementing this year. How can we have a better focus on advisory, potentially thinking about extending the day is one of those examples that we can think of. So again, just considering the implications there, though, with an extended day, we have to think about transportation. We have to think about our athletics programs with those running after school. They have to also think about staffing as well, and also just the student engagement levels with a longer day in the school setting. And then the last thing I want to share is school models, and this has been a point that we've kind of teetered on, because sometimes when we talk specifically about school models, they can sound very prescriptive. And so some of the examples that we've given here, we know we have King Middle School in our district that is expeditionary learning. So from one of the expeditionary learning models for, I believe, across the nation. There's also International Baccalaureate, which a program that I'm familiar with, and a former district and former school that I've been able to lead with IB. And then you have programs like Sustainable Community Schools. So how do we think about the community hub schools model, the community school model, where we're wrapping around services, but also thinking about the assets of the community that can be utilized within the school. Not to just subject us to these three models. So I don't want us to feel like these are the three models that we're considering. Hence the reason why models is kind of been a little bit of a hesitation to use that term. But it's really about thinking more specifically regarding the experience that we want our students, our youth to really have. And these are just some of the models that have come up in those conversations, but it doesn't mean that we're relegated to just these three specific distinct models. So again, just that consideration, thinking about alignment, aligning to our strategic plan, and also thinking about the design framework that we just shared with you here today, And then also some of the financial implications as well that come with that. Long-term sustainability with some of our buildings, with some of our facilities. These are things just to think about as we consider some of the possibilities at the middle school level.
And yep, and to add, and don't go too far, sir. To add to the conversation, I just wanted us to pause for a moment on this slide. We've had the opportunity to hear from our parents and our staff in these various engagement sessions, and just wanted to share with you some of what is surfacing, and wanted to ask just the board, what are some of your thoughts if you had any inputs around any of what we shared. As Dr. Scallon said, I like to double click. So I could even double click if you'd like on grade configuration and share what some of that conversation has been. There has been a desire to look at, for example, a possibility of a 5-8. There was also this consideration of, what if there were one school that was a 5-6 school and another school that was solely 7-8. Just opening up the floor for discussion a little bit. Oftentimes we present at you. So I just wanted to pause and kind of see what some of your thoughts are. Yeah.
Board Member Lena, go ahead. Thank you. Yes, I do have a question about the grade configurations. I did get to go to the session at Lincoln Middle School where we talked about the different exemplary models, and I'm wondering if you've looked at models with these different grade configurations in neighboring districts or in different states that are successful, so that we can learn from those successes.
Yeah, what's driving, I believe, some of what I'm hearing in the Guiding Coalition. So I primarily participate in the academic teams work group and the Guiding Coalition. What I hear is neighboring districts and that there are neighboring districts that have a 5-8 model, for example. And so that is part of the work that the Guiding Coalition is charging the academic work group to go back and bring back that information. So because this is still a process and it is being raised as a possibility, we are in the works of doing some of the research that you're speaking to specifically. Mm-hmm.
Board Member Ali.
Yeah, I think for me, just as an opinion, I think it's just a little bit more concern between the 5 through 8. The fifth graders just, I mean, I think doing the best we can um, to keep their innocence in a way. I know there's like I recently heard that there's like a higher level of PDA that's happening in middle school and from middle school students that brought that to me as a concern. And it's just for me, I just get a little bit more sensitive when it comes to K through 5. Even though it's only 1 year, it's just an extra year of keeping that level of innocence into and just integrating, like not integrating it into the adult world, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. I'm very interested in the research myself as it is a new concept for me coming into it. So absolutely.
Board Member Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for this conversation. I have one thing I picked up on that I thought was great. I have some thoughts about the grade configuration, and then I also have a couple of thoughts about the extended day topic, but I can hold that if you'd prefer to. Okay.
This is really engaging.
Okay, super.
I would hope to hear that, guys,
Okay, I'll just. Anyway. So on the grade configuration piece of it, I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about conversations that you've had for 5 to 8 and whether that aligns with the facilities conversations we've been having about capacity of the school. I hear Board Member Ali's concern about, like that's 4 years is a bit of a range of ages. I do think there's some opportunity there to use that as the learning opportunity for like 7th and 8th graders to behave appropriately. Like whenever there's like a range of kids, I'm always like, okay, you gotta like, there's littles here. You gotta like, yeah. So, but in terms of, our middle schools are not all at capacity. If we were to add in fifth graders, would that solve that problem? Would it create different problems? Those sorts of things I'm curious about.
Yeah, yeah. We are taking that conversation to the finance team, to our facilities team, because it really it's been emerging, it's been popping into some of the engagements. And last week was our guiding coalition meeting, and that's when the guiding coalition had a time to really do some exercise and tease out some of these other configurations. And so we're gonna go back and again, like this conversation with our work groups to say, give us more information, help us to do some research while the academic team does the deeper research, and we'll bring that back.
Dr. Proctor, just also, we'll touch on it a little bit tonight when we get to the facilities portion of this presentation. We won't be going into depth because we're still looking at it, but you will see a little bit more in a few minutes regarding enrollment and school capacities and whatnot.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
Okay.
And that information, because that report has just come out, we haven't had a chance to share it with our academic guiding coalitions yet, but we will, in our next series of meetings, be able to bring the information back that Dr. Warren is speaking of.
Super. So on extended day, I'm curious about whether there have been conversations about ways to do. The word in my head is like modular, like basically like opting in. And I will say, as a parent of Talbot kiddos, like the United Way grant was amazing. I mean, there were so many choices and like lots of opportunities. And like that approach of like the school day, capital S, capital D is over, but you're still in the building and you're still like doing things that are helping you to become the person that you're going to be and all that great stuff. I've thought for ages, like, oh, wouldn't it be cool, like, for like the MAM, the Maine Academy of Modern Music, to like come in and like, scaffold for like, let's, do some like music and, like popular music, like, a little bit more fun and type stuff. Because I think, one of you was talking about it's a lot of hours and how do we keep kids engaged? I don't know that like reading literature at 3 p.m. is going to really, yield a lot of benefits, but these opportunities to do those other things that make kids want to be at the school, because there's kids that are like, I'm getting my gold star no matter what. And there's kids that are like, do I have to go? And so to like make it a community where it's fun and exciting, it feels like almost an impossible task to fit all that into the existing school day, but to like tack it on at the end. And then if there's kids that have like other responsibilities, they can like, like families can make those choices. That would be fantastic. I fully support it. And then the other thing that I just wanted to note, it wasn't on a slide, but Dr. Holloway, it was something that you said. The concept that you said was that every kid should be known by name, strength, and need. And I just think that's so great because who doesn't want to be seen for why they're great and what they need help with? And it's just such a great approach. And I think it'll like the more we can think about that across all of the students, particularly at this really challenging time of a student's, middle school years, I think it's going to yield great benefits. So thank you very much.
It'll take all of those things combined, plus some strategic partnerships and perhaps some mentoring and really building something beautiful for the children.
Board Member Sawtelle?
Hi, I'm just finding myself getting really concerned about the timeline. It seems like everything is so expansive right now. How are you going to be able to rein it in so that we get like some concrete options?
Yeah.
What is a relatively short period of time?
Yes, thank you for that question. We struggled with that a little bit in the last guiding coalition meeting. And what we've decided to do with that group, actually, they have volunteered to meet more often and to dig in a little deeper. And so we're going to take them up on it and we're going to add additional meeting times and dates because it is in that guiding coalition where all of the inputs are brought together and we basically do that that grinding work of design to build out the options. We're hoping that would help us, and we will keep the board updated on our progress. And, you know, if we have to entertain a slight extension, then we may plead to the board if it's necessary, but we want to make sure we bring you a great product of options that have been fully researched.
Did you have another question, Board Member Sawtelle, or was that it? Okay, perfect. I just had a couple of questions as a mom to a kiddo who has a tough time with transitions. The idea of a junior high and or like a 5-6 and a 7-8, that put me in a little bit of a panic space. Also just saying that out loud because I know I'm not the only one. And then my other question just about you're talking about grade reconfigurations, if you are talking about middle schools in a vacuum, or if you're thinking about other things that are happening in the district within that conversation as well. So just thinking about CDS and how we've got to have 3- and 4-year-olds, and we're going to need classroom space for that. And like, in some ways, like if we were able to move 5 up, then we open some space in elementary, which then helps us with the CDS. Like, and so I'm just curious, like, as you're having these conversations, both around the grade reconfiguration, but these other pieces, like how much is it just about the middle schools and finding the best solution, or like, are you bringing other elements into it as well?
Yeah, that's really a great question. We had that really deep discussion. We noted the possibility that it opens up for elementary and the pre-K programs, and there was some strong feeling in the space that the design that we're really embarking on is middle school, and if there is a benefit across the other grade configurations in our system, that would be a plus. But there were some members that had a strong feeling that we're really trying to design something very unique, something that is in full consideration of what our middle school kiddos need, and then all of the benefits that would add once we have to the whole system, once we have kind of gotten the middle school piece right. So it's a range of thoughts in that way. Some, you know, there are a couple of people who wanted to just name the benefit and start boxing the design just so that we can focus on the additional benefit. And then there was those who wanted to really ensure that we were really in consideration of what needs to happen.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that all those nuances are coming up in the conversation. And then my other question was just around kind of how multilingual families are being engaged in this conversation, specifically when we're thinking about extended day. I know a lot of our students have additional responsibilities and are working, and we hear that directly from them. And so just making sure that when we're thinking about a design that would extend the day, that we're taking into consideration the needs of those families and what would work with them.
Yeah, we absolutely will. Again, it's still just a possibility. It was an emerging conversation, and we're going out to do that particular research. We've been engaging with our multilingual families and working closely with Dr. Venezuela in terms of the multilingual department and having translators available for our community engagement sessions. And we'll continue to do that as we continue to explore what else is coming up as possible.
Beautiful. I mean, I think it would be cool if we could do some workforce development at that age, right? And start doing internships or start doing, paid opportunities for our young people at that age. I think it would be super cool. 2 birds, 1 stone. Anyway, that was my last plug. Any other questions from the board?
Okay. And I am done with my double click. And thank you for the engagement.
Quadruple.
And I'll turn it over to Dr. Warren, who'll share the facilities piece in the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Proctor. So I'm just going to give a little bit of framing and then invite our friends and consultants to come up and provide a little bit more detail from Harriman. So the first thing I want to do is just note that what we're about to talk about is just one slice of our larger district-wide facilities assessment and planning process. So we launched into this in the late spring, And Harriman had initially been asked to deliver a full district-wide assessment and sort of vision for us by December, which was already a pretty ambitious timeline. And then we said, actually, we really need you to immediately give us something about middle schools. And they, as they always have in our work with them, stepped up, said yes, and really worked hard with us to make that happen. So kudos to that team and huge thanks to Harriman for just being continuously great partners to us. So keep in mind as they're talking about the middle schools and the work that they've done so far, first of all, that this is just the first stage in that work. They are still doing more analysis. We don't have the financial impacts yet. So this is the initial findings that we've got to share with you right now. And it's something that we will also be taking back to chew on with our work group, which is part of this larger process. So we have a community work group focused on operations, particularly on facilities. So this will be important in informing that conversation as well, but we have a ways to go to get to all the information and analysis we need. Thank you. So I'm actually not going to go through the trends because they will talk about those, but I do just want to note that some of those questions coming up around enrollment capacity we're starting to address them here. And those are things that I think we need to dig deeper into because there's data and there's analysis, and then there are community decisions to be made about what our priorities are. And what we've been trying hard to do is to get the analysis in place that we need, but ensure that when we're doing the facilities planning, that follows the program and strategic priorities, right? They kind of have to go hand in hand. But ideally, we want to figure out the facilities plan that best matches the vision for middle schools that the community and this team come up with. So ideally, that program model is really driving our thinking and questions and analysis around facilities planning. So with that, I will invite up Mark Lee and Steve Fraser from Harriman, and we're going to flip to a different slide deck and let them present their findings to date.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Warren. And good evening. Is microphone positioned all right? That work?
Yeah.
All right. Very good. We'll try to be informative, but brief in terms of the summary of the findings of our work so far. And as Dr. Warren mentioned, this is sort of captures a moment in time in terms of what we've done for analysis. We're still, as was mentioned, still waiting for some of the financial information, but I think this gives you a sort of starting point in terms of the direction we're going.
Right. And Steve Fraser. So what we've done so far this summer is we've toured more than half the schools. We started with the middle schools. We've done the high schools. We're starting into the elementary schools. We're going to finish those up as some of the summer programs in those schools close out. And then the last piece of it, I think the last week in August, we're going to do district office, adult ed, those type of buildings that don't have students in them because the kids will be back by then. At the same time, we've tried focusing on pushing the middle school piece forward to meet your needs on that. We are working on the financial piece. I know that people are really anxious to see those numbers. They always are, but we're right in the point of kind of getting stuff from our estimating consultant, vetting those numbers, and then there's going to be some back and forth so that we're comfortable with those numbers in the scope before we get those numbers back to you. You can go to the next, probably the next slide. So this is what we call a heat map, which is a real overview of the schools that we've reviewed, giving them kind of grade points of the quality of the systems that are in there. I think this slide will become a lot more important or useful when we have the 20 different buildings in there, and you'll be able to easily see which of the buildings are in most need. But right now we can tell that Lincoln has the most need, which I don't think it's a surprise to anyone because it's really about twice as old as the other two buildings. You'll see most of your older buildings, when we get these charts completed, we'll have red marks at the ADA accessibility because most of the older buildings still have some accessibility issues, where I think you have 3 newer school buildings where those should all be pretty good. And the buildings that we've touched over the last few years, those 4 schools, those should be pretty decent because we've covered a lot of the accessibility issues in those renovations that we had done previously. So you can go to the next slide. So I'm not going to go through the list of all the kind of issues in each building. I'm just going to highlight some of the bigger ones to give you a flavor of what we've been doing. We've broken them out into obsolete, which are kind of the more critical items. And then I think it's a 1 to 3 year or 2 to 3 year range that this should be done. So starting with King Middle School on obsolete items, there's quite a few ADA issues, parking issues, and there's also some electrical items down in the basement of that building that are quite concerning. They're quite ancient, but they're still energized. We're not quite sure why. So that's something we want to dig into further and get that older equipment taken out of service. You can go to the next slide. At King Middle School, kind of longer term issues. I know there's a smaller portion of the roof that needs to be taken care of. Most of it's been done. There's some deterioration in that rather large chimney in the brick pointing that is a concern long term that should be taken care of sooner than later. And there's some minor plumbing things that we want to get addressed with some sink piping in the kitchen, and electrically updating the lighting to LED, which is something that Scott had mentioned earlier, which should probably be part of one of those electrical savings programs. You could go to the next slide. On to Lincoln. One of the big challenges with that building, and it kind of crosses between, the safety evaluations and codes and the programming stuff that Lisa's going to get into further, is the fact that the main entrance and the offices are all up front, but your parking and your handicapped accessible entrance are out back. And there was a previous study done by another architect that looked at 3 different scenarios to kind of resolve that. And we're kind of favoring the one that moves everything to the back, where the buses, the entrance, all the admin is shifted to the back of the building. And then you can kind of preserve the historic facade of that building and not deal with the historic planning board of putting an elevator or ramp out in the front of that really beautiful building. Some other items are the heating plant. Obviously, there's a lot of concerns with the piping through that building that's deteriorated. So that's another priority that we've been working with Scott on, the best option to make repairs to that. And the fire alarm system in that building also needs some attention. So you could go to the next slide. And longer term issues there are the painting in the corridors is not bad, but a lot of the classrooms really need a lot of painting, especially the older trim work. It's a rather large building, so those classrooms are, have those massive old windows and trim work. So there's a lot of painting to do in that building. And the boilers would probably be replaced at the same time that we upgrade the piping, so that whole mechanical system is fresh and new. There's some concern about putting all new piping in and leaving the boilers and recontaminating that system with what's in those boilers now. And depending on what type of heating system we put in there, if it's an electric heating system, we would have to upgrade the electrical service into that building to support that new heating plant. Next slide. And the last building more, it's generally in the best condition of them all. There was some talk about some handicapped accessibility issues at the entrance. And there's in the electrical room, there's a very outdated bucket transformer inside the building that ideally that would get replaced with an exterior pad mounted transformer. So that's a priority. And working with Scott on a side project to add a secure vestibule in that lobby, which is a rather easy project, and it would really improve the security of that current vestibule. A 3-year look ahead. We talked about the vestibule. There's some makeup air deficiencies in the mechanical system and additional life safety egress lighting around the exterior of the building. So the code now requires kind of a lighted egress path, not only in the building, but to get away from the building. And that's really lacking in that school. So that's about what I have.
Great.
You're going to go over
Excellent.
some of it.
Very good. So yeah, so the summary of what Steve was saying in terms of all those systems, what led to that heat map graphic and looking at overall the condition of the facility itself. Now we're going to move to look at some of the program components and also some capacity issues when it comes to looking at these three schools. And so next slide. So this, I don't expect that you'll read all of those graphics here, but that is in the report. So when we think about the King Middle School, some of the considerations we have are the lack of space at the sidelines of the gym poses a safety issue. We consistent across several of them, just not enough space for the music programming that's going on. And then admin does not have direct oversight of entry. That's a comment that Steve mentioned as well. There's and many of these, this one, staff parking is very tight. And then overall, some of the other issues common to all the schools, issue with a desire for single-user toilet rooms, and we're seeing that more and more in middle school models. Lack of staff toilets is inevitable when we look at a lot of older schools. It always rises to the top. A lot of security issues related to the parent drop-off and bus drop-off and security at the entrance to all of those. So the three middle schools. ADA accessibility was mentioned, a big issue. And then these schools weren't designed at a time where we offer the same degree of programs that we now offer. So a lot of special education programs and other special services that we struggle to find spaces for, and oftentimes it gets converted from spaces that may have been storage at one time or used for a different purpose. Overall, the finishes are these are aged buildings. The finishes are in a more deteriorated or poor condition. Inconsistent heating, we inevitably, we always find that to be an issue with older mechanical systems. And just in terms of thinking about the configuration of the space and how it supports the learning and the model of middle school teaching and childhood development. Next, please. So this starts to look at some of the capacity considerations of the three schools. And so what we did is essentially we evaluated all the spaces, both the teaching and learning spaces, but other core spaces such as cafeteria, the gymnasium, the library. And we put it into a model that looks at what the school can support in terms of enrollment. Looking at enrollment trends right now, if we look at today, or in the 2025 fall figures, there were 430 students at King. If we look 10 years window, we see a maximum of the projected enrollment in 2035 of 56 more students in that one. So that would be a total of 486 students right now in terms of enrollment projections for King. Looking at Lincoln, currently 338 from the fall of 25. We're seeing a 310, so a slight decrease in the next 10 years. And then Moore has had enrollment of 457 in 25 and a projected decrease of 40 students in that. So there's relative sort of levelness in terms of the overall enrollment if you add those up looking at the 2025 to the 2035 model. The other thing that we start to look at is modeling the capacity. And so we look at, as I said, we look at all the classroom spaces, we look at the other core spaces, and we look at a range of capacities. And so we look at if we utilized every space possible seat in every classroom and we filled the school to maximum capacity, that is our 100% model. It's not achievable. You would have zero flexibility to accommodate any flexibility in terms of the use of the facility during the school year. And then on the more flexible, the most flexible side, we look at about a 75% capacity. And so that looks at, well, what if we only filled 75% of our maximum of that total? And that gives you more flexibility in terms of having potentially a space available or several spaces available to be able to either do push-in work or other types of programming that's not in your regular schedule. And so within that range, we also looked at 85 and 90% capacity. And so those models really give some modeling and tools to consider how you look at utilizing the buildings and how flexible you want to build in a model at this present time as you're starting to consider all the different changes that you might make to your programming. Next slide, please. And so these charts show what those capacity numbers look like. And so I'll try to, again, they're hard to read in the little numbers there, but I'll try to give you some sense of what the calculated capacities using these different utilization rates are. And so if we looked at the King Middle, we have a calculated capacity at 100% of 671. Again, so that 430 is the green portion of that bar. And that yellow portion is the extra capacity using that 100%. So that gives you 241 extra students potentially at the 100% model. At Lincoln, it goes from 338 to a predicted capacity or a calculated capacity of 658. So that nearly doubles the enrollment there in terms of what you could put into it. And that more 457 is your current enrollment from 25, and it's showing that you could accommodate 702. That, again, is on the theoretical 100% model. So the total capacity of all three of those schools using that 100% would be 2,031. And currently, your current enrollment, if you added up all the green numbers, from 25, you're at 1,225. So that just gives you, again, this. And then, so I'll go to the other end of that in terms of 75% flexibility. If you ran all those numbers, it shows a predicted capacity or a calculated capacity of 1,522. And so that compares, again, against that 1,225 current capacity. And then, so that gives you, again, a little bit of an understanding of right now what you can accommodate within the three schools as they currently are configured. And I believe that right there is sort of kind of gives you a little understanding of where we are. Again, what we haven't done is sort of modeled some of the configuration considerations that are being considered, whether you look at a 5 through 8 model or some other consideration like that. We're just looking at what the calculated capacity of what exists today is. And with that,
Skellen, can you just go back one slide for a second? Because I did want to note that at the bottom of this slide in the red lettering, it's a little hard to see at a distance, but there is information there about the fifth grade. This is just really preliminary analysis, but total fifth grade at the largest projected year of 474 or total projected 5th to 8 of 1699. So essentially, the conclusion, as I understood it, is that depending on how we configured things and which of the sort of capacity levels we pick, we could potentially fit fifth graders in the buildings. We could make that move, right, to add fifth graders into the middle schools. So it's potentially doable, but it depends sort of on how much flexibility we want in the buildings and what configuration and what program model. So we're going to keep exploring that and some of the other configurations, but it's not an outright no, I guess is what I want to say.
Board Member Upperman? I was wondering, how many preschools are you looking at? Is it the comparable number of fifth graders as to the number of preschoolers?
I mean, so I can't definitively answer total yet, but what I can say is that in order to go to universal 4-year-old pre-K, which is would be our next. So for the 3-year-olds, we will need some space, but that's really more about providing special education services and assessment, screening and whatnot. It's not about providing broad scale general education for 3-year-olds at this stage. But the first priority with the 4-year-olds would be to go to universal, and we're not too far off from that. So certainly moving the 5th graders out would give us room to accommodate the 4-year-olds.
Do you have a sense of like ballpark what number that is though?
I think we're talking like another 80 maybe, but I would rather get you the numbers. Yeah.
I'd be interested in that as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Board Member
So
Opperman.
the reason I bring it up in that conversation that Dr. Proctor was talking about, one of the Lincoln teachers came up with an idea because of her previous experience at another school of putting preschool in the middle school. So I don't know if you've thought of that.
Yeah, it is actually something we talked about and explored even potentially for this year when we were really sort of desperate for space for the current transition of 4-year-old child development services special ed programming. We looked at potentially taking over some rooms at Moore because there was some space there. And in the end, we didn't need it. We were able to accommodate the classrooms that we needed elsewhere, but it is a possibility, sure.
Would we be able to put the last slide back up, please? I don't know who I'm asking. Thank you. Thank you. So given the red text on the last page of the highest potential number of 5th graders being 474, we'd be looking at a little bit under 85% capacity. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So you'd be at I think one under 1,700, so 1,699. So correct, that would be closer to that 85% capacity calculation.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. This last piece of the conversation feels really similar to a lot of the discussion around the boundaries and all that, which it's a big topic. It makes sense that we're still talking about it, but I'm curious about how it dovetails with or like aligns with the facilities themselves. So, we're talking about, do we want to be at 85% or, 75% or 100%? What are the implications around the work that needs to get done? And is the answer to that question different based on the capacity levels that we land on?
Yeah, so I think if I understand correctly, the model that you want to look at from a capacity in terms of whether it's 75 or 85 really requires, I think, a little more discussion regarding some of the different types of programming that you want and some of the other discussions that you're having around how the spaces are functioning and how you see the different potential modifications. For instance, one area that we've looked at is, are there spaces to convene either a team of students or other types of small group assemblies that right now isn't supported in most of the layouts. And so that takes more space. And so that may require looking at a model that looks at a little more flexibility and less utilization.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I'll add, like if you had a 5-6 program or a 6-7 program versus a 5 through 8, or if you had a program where you wanted to segregate the 5th graders to a wing or something, those are all things that we would have to look at once we know more direction.
Okay, and then also just to make sure that I'm tracking with like the type of thing that you would need that you would be able to help inform conversations about based on, the selection of the grade configurations, things like how does like, let's say it's 5, 6, 7, and 8. When does everybody eat lunch? And like, is the cafeteria big enough? That kind of stuff.
Do you have enough gyms? And another big picture number thought is, if you're going to take a room out of the elementary school that's currently 5th grade, you're going to move the 5th graders up to, and you convert that 5th grade into a pre-K. You may have 22 kids in that classroom, but now you may be down to 16. So you're going to reduce the efficiency. So just another thought.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Chair, I have another question, but I'm not sure. Should I ask it and then you can tell me if it's the wrong time? Okay. So I understand that the financial impact is not fully but just because I'm going to ask the question to start the conversation in a preliminary way. I jotted down basically, I think, 4 different ways to, I mean, this is going to be expensive. Whatever we do is going to be expensive. It's, required necessary investments. But it's going to be a lot of money. So I want to start a conversation or continue the conversation about, it feels like the options are bonding, grants for sustainable. I don't know if there are grants for like if we make a sustainable choice about like some of the HVAC and things like that, capital campaign, corporate capital campaign / can we have some corporate partners helping us with this? And then state funding. And I know there had been some talk about some bills in Augusta around not just like new construction, but like some of these capital needs. And if there's more information about where any of those things are, that would be really great to learn about.
We don't have any new information on those bills yet, but we are talking about them with a lot of people. I don't know what you would add.
Yeah, and I think we can share an update on that in the future around this once we have a sense of a little bit of scope and how we would consider approaching it.
Yes, that sounds great. And at least for me, it feels a little chicken and egg. If money was no object, I would support different investments. And obviously, it's not true that money is no object, but like if we have resources to spend on the things that our students deserve, great. And if we don't, then like it feels like a different decision-making process.
Yes. Exclamation point.
You don't.
Right, exactly. And that also Board Member Rapperman, to sort of like build on what you just said. We currently don't, but we like our students need this stuff, so we need to figure out how to get funds.
Right.
And so, out of those like 4 or 5 buckets, so I'd be interested in more conversation about how that's going to work.
And I think that may be what the conversation ends up being is we know that this is a need for our district. And because we agree on that, what funding do we pursue to make it happen? Which is different than, is there funding available for us to make this happen?
Yep.
So I think it will be up to the board to decide which direction we go with that. But I agree, it's a chicken and egg situation, perhaps a whole barnyard of chickens. But
I was going to say, like, it would be great to explore more than one funding option.
We'll do our best.
Thank you, Chair.
Board Member Opperman.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question about specificity of the electrical and plumbing. When you looked at spaces, there are science labs, there are art rooms, there are kitchens, there are tech rooms. Were the electrical things fitting into that, or is it just more broadly?
Yeah, we look through the whole building. We have our engineers, plumbing, electrical, mechanical engineers walk through all the buildings, and we're really identifying issues that are deficient in the building. And that will be all listed out in the report. And right now we're adding cost. We'll have a spreadsheet with all these items and then cost associated with it.
Because I know that some of those lab spaces are challenging.
Right.
Other questions from the board? I also just want to say out loud, as we're talking about all the layers to this, is that the other layer is just getting kids to the school. And we know that boundaries are challenging, right? So if we know that boundaries may not get us where we want to get students, then does that mean that we look at other ways to get students into school? So does that mean student preference? Does that mean, what does that mean for transportation? There's a lot of layers here. So I think that I feel confident in the team that we've got who is looking at all these layers, and it's a big, big process. So I just encourage the board to continue to stay up to date on what's happening here and continue to ask questions, and we'll just continue to move forward together. Yeah. Go ahead, Board Member Lena.
Yes, thanks. This isn't a question. I just wanted to say something out loud, which is that when we looked at the heat map, we heard that Lincoln is in the worst shape, but all 3 schools are really in need of upgrades. And so I just wanted to point that out, that it's a spectrum, and they're pretty close together on that spectrum. Moore had a couple of things that were green lights, but otherwise all three need a lot of help.
Yes. And to build upon that, in case that we have state legislators listening, this is happening across the state of Maine, and we desperately need more funding available for districts to help with this problem. So if we could get some available, that'd be great.
Yeah, I did want to highlight that because I'm not sure if the takeaway from that heat map was clear. All three middle schools are in not great shape and have a lot of work that needs to get done. They're just varying ages and varying degrees of not great, with Moore being the least not great. So yes, I appreciate that you called that out, Member Lena, because and it comes back to what you were saying about how do we pay for all of this. We don't know yet. We will have more information, but we will have to do something, and we will have to do a lot, like whatever path we choose, and it will have to have a solution that involves a combination of funding, options and over a period of time, which is why what Harriman is working on for us district-wide, it's not just an assessment, it's actually helping us build a plan, a long-term plan that will then guide our investment strategy and our fundraising strategy.
Yeah. And Board Member Sautel, I see you, but just one quick comment. As we were in the kind of reimagining process for the high school, one of the things that we kept coming back to is like, can we imagine what a high school would look like for our students if it had like state-of-the-art labs and on-the-job training facilities, and like what would be possible if we like really dreamed? And like I think that is like the way that we should bring that thinking to the middle schools, right? Which I know is somewhat happening, but also like, I think it is egregious that we do not have ADA entrances at all of our middle schools 100%. Like we want to talk about belonging in our schools. You can only get in one door if you're in a wheelchair. What are we doing? Right? So yes, I want science labs that are state of the art, but I want every student to be able to get into our buildings and feel welcome there, and their families too. Right? So I just think that like, let's continue to think about what is possible, and we're probably going to have to fight to make that happen, but let's do that. Board Member Sautel.
Thanks. I know I bring this up a lot and it's probably a source of frustration for a lot of people, but I'm really curious about the role of the city in all of this because, once again, we do not own these buildings. And it always seems to just fall upon us to solve these problems. And I'm curious about I know they were doing facilities assessments too. So I'd be curious to hear what they end up saying about that sort of stuff and what their role might be.
Board Member Sautel, I encourage you to continue to ask this question because I think it is one that is worth continuing to be asked. Superintendent Scallon, I don't know if there's any updates from the city side on their kind of facilities assessment or plan, whatever they're doing.
So, I mean, we're ahead of them in terms of just getting into the facilities assessment, but they're really not going to be overlapping in terms of information and plan. That said, the city is a key partner in this work, right? So when we think about any question around financing, right, we use municipal bonds and go forward with that work. It's a city partnership. When we think about overall cost at the end of the day, it comes from taxpayers, of which we think about both the city budget as well as the school district. And so I think the city plays a key part. It's also the case, and Board Member Sautel, I think this is part of your question, is our buildings serve as public goods. So everything from before school programming that allows parents to drop off their kid and go to work, to after school programming, to rec, to sports leagues on the weekend. It's a significant use of our buildings for city resources. And so it's going to be really important that if we're going to make the investment that we want for our students, that it is a true partnership and will require real engagement with the city on that.
Thank you, Superintendent Scallon. Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you for the update, everybody. I think.
Yeah, and just to conclude, the last slide is just talking a little bit about next steps in the middle school design process. And so we will continue with work groups, guiding coalitions, refine options. We'll have community convenings to review and start to formulate what draft options can look like. And ongoingly, we're going to continue this conversation about facilities planning and the financial implications and overall just what's possible and how we can really bring all of the components and the inputs for making for a great middle school experience for our students. So I encourage board members and the community that is listening, continue to stay involved. Updates, resources, and engagement opportunities are coming. It'll be on our webpage, and we'll continue to broadcast what's available for everyone to participate.
Thank you, Dr. Proctor. Thank you, Dr. Holloway.
All right. So we are up with personnel now.
Okay, thank you. I think as you heard earlier today, we processed a lot of hires here over the summer. And so we're bringing those, the ones that didn't make it to you at the end of June, bringing those forward to today. The first group is probationary teacher hires.
Sorry, apologies. So I would be looking for the motion for the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, the election of teacher candidates probationary. Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Ali. Are there any questions from the board? Any general discussion? Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the to approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates probationary. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Member Ali?
Yes.
Member Yusra Ali?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo? Member Bryden?
Yes.
Member Lena?
Yes.
Member Noor? Member Opperman?
Yes.
Member Sawtell?
Yes.
Chair Lentz?
Yes, so the motion passes.
Thank you. Our second agenda item is for teacher hires for 1 year only positions.
Thank you very much. So I would be looking for the motion for the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates for 1 year only. Is there a motion? Thank you, Board Member Bryden. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Are there any questions from the board on this motion? Any general discussion from the board? Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidates 1 year only. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Member Ali?
Yes.
Member Yusra Ali?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo? Member Bryden?
Yes.
Member Lena?
Yes.
Member Noor? Member Opperman?
Yes.
Member Sawtell?
Yes.
Chair Lentz?
Yes, so the motion passes. And finally,
Thank you. Finally would be our new site administrators.
beautiful. So I'd be looking for the motion for the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, school administrators. Is there a motion? Board Member Ali. Is there a second? Board Member Bryden? Yes. Are there any questions from the board? Any general discussion? Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, school administrators. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Member Ali?
Yes.
Member Yusra Ali?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo? Member Bryden?
Yes.
Member Lena?
Yes.
Member Noor? Member Opperman?
Yes.
Member Sawtell?
Yes.
Chair Lentz?
Yes. So that motion passes as well. And just like to thank all of these new employees for choosing PPS.
Exciting. Thank you.
And then up next, we have some new business, which is just to review the Board of Public Education full calendar for this year. It wasn't available at the last meeting, so we're just going to review it. Dr. Scallon, do you want to?
Yep, happy to do this real quick. Under diligent, and once the board sort of reviews, we will post this on our website. But I'm happy to share an update around board and committee meeting dates and times, as well as where they meet, how they meet, and how to participate. So first, just a reminder for the community that our board meets at Casco Bay High School here on the second floor at 6 p.m. The meetings start, usually with public comment pretty close to that 6 p.m. start. The board meets twice a month on the second and fourth Tuesday typically, and a few dates do move because of holidays or the budget process. The board has 4 standing committees: Curriculum and Student Success, which meets on the first and third Monday at 6 p.m. Virtually. Public and Legislative Affairs, which meets on the first and third Monday at 6 to 7:30. Finance, Personnel, and Operations, which meets on the second and fourth Monday at 6 p.m. virtually. And then Policy Committee, which this year is meeting one Wednesday a month, actually the first Wednesday following the first board meeting at 11 a.m. as a new time that we are trying this year. There are 4 tentative dates for board retreats. Just note that one of them's really close to my birthday, so I'm looking forward to that one in particular. For the community, there are multiple ways to engage with the board, but in the terms of the formal board meeting session, I would encourage community members to consider joining us at a board meeting in person. You can watch the board meetings always online. They are streamed both through Zoom as well as Facebook. You can watch the committee meetings or join those virtually as well. You can give public comment. You do not need to register in advance. Time is set aside at the front of every business meeting and for any business topic besides personnel. You can send in written comment to schoolboard@portlandschools.org. All board members do receive those comments. Just including right there where you can see the board materials for any meeting. They go up the Thursday before a meeting. If you need interpreter support, we offer that, and there's a number there to call for that service. And if you need other accommodation, ask that you call our main office, and we can ensure that you have that accommodation to be able to join. If you're like many members in our community where following every step of the board is not your hobby, but you are interested in specific topics, what you can see here is a alignment between key topics and the board calendar. And so when updates happen around civil rights and equity from our Director of Civil Rights Compliance to school budget, et cetera, you can see when those are named here. And you can also see it here in a chronological order, where you can see the board meeting dates and the topics that are tentatively scheduled for this. This will again remain up to date on our website as things adjust. And then the last page on this has the committee dates that we talked about and where dates were moved because of holidays or other conflicts. That's it for the board calendar. For the community and board members, we also included on our materials the district calendar that is also available on our website under the school calendar section. So happy to take any questions or move on to the next item, Chair.
Any questions or thoughts from the board? Will this document be posted on the website?
Yes, we were just giving you guys eyes on it before we then put it public, but yes, we will post it on the website, probably under both our board section as well as the calendar section.
Great.
And we'll figure out how to just make it so it's not a PDF, but it is a living document that gets updated as topics change.
Great. And I would love if we could also get it on Diligent on that homepage that has the pictures and the about the board section. a link?
Happy to try. Diligent is probably the least user-friendly service I've ever been involved in. But yes, we will try.
Thank you.
Chair Lentz, can I just add one quick note about the calendar as well? What's attached here is a version of the calendar, but I just want, for the sake of the board and the public, to know that if you go on the website and you click on calendar at the top, you go onto the calendar page, you actually get multiple options of which format. And if you click on the format that's, I think the last option on the left-hand side, it's the daily option. And there you actually get, in addition to the regular calendar, we've also included the observances. And we're working hard with our schools to make sure that we are not scheduling important activities during religious observances that are important to our families. So just wanted folks to be aware that that's there if you'd like to see those dates as well.
Right. And even the observances that we don't have as holidays.
Exactly.
Great.
Right.
Beautiful. Anything else on that item? Great. So we don't need a vote on that. So that was just for everyone's information. So that will not be on the agenda next meeting. But next up, we have a bus lease agreement. Dr. Scallon or Dr. Warren, do you want to talk to this?
Yeah, I'm actually going to welcome up Lisa Beck, who's our Senior Director of Finance, to provide the context for this. But just before she does, I'll just name that for financial reasons and making sure that the buses are here for the first day of school, we will be asking for a skipping of the first read tonight and going straight to a second read. Lisa.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you. We are in need of 3 minibuses in order to get the 4-year-olds to school as we take over services from CDS for our special education. And the state will reimburse those funds, but they will only reimburse capital assets over a period of 5 years. We have therefore proposed a lease to purchase agreement, which will allow us to match up the outflows of cash with the reimbursements from the state. So we are proposing a 5-year lease agreement. The total principal amount of that agreement is $301,638. The total financed commitment over 5 years would be $340,052. So the resolution before you tonight actually authorizes the superintendent to enter into such lease agreement at the available terms.
And Lisa, just one quick, the agreement is a lease purchase. And so can you just talk about that?
Yes, it is a lease purchase. So at the end of the 5-year period, Portland Public Schools would take ownership of these 3 buses for a nominal fee of $1.
Could I just, yes, Board Member Lena, go ahead.
Thank you. Just, Lisa, could you explain again the agreement with the state, what they agreed to?
Yes, they will reimburse PPS for the cost of these lease payments over the 5-year terms. What they won't do is pay for the buses up front in 1 year. They require it to be capitalized over 5 years.
Board Member Opperman.
Do they pay the interest?
They have approved the full $340,000 for reimbursement.
Okay. Other questions?
I mean, I'll just add a piece that we would typically not want to walk on something like this. But Lisa and Katie Susi and Sarah Warren have been working really closely with the state to make sure that we both have transportation that is needed for our students and that it's covered and paid for by the state. And so that's been a lot of this work. And so way back, we talked about the fact that we would need additional vehicles and we staffed for it. And it's taken this long to sort of land at a spot where the state, in partnership with us, could figure out the flow of funding so that it matched up year to year around this. So that's why from a timing end, we're doing this, but we need them at the start of the school which is why the expedited.
Board Member Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. So just to thank you for that last few sentences, because that sort of crystallized in my mind. Oh, these are for the 4-year-olds. And that's why the state, it's not like the state is like, congratulations, you have new buses. It's 4-year-olds. And so the state is covering all the costs for that work. And the transportation of the 4-year-olds is included in that. That's great. So 2 questions. When those 3 minibuses are part of the fleet, are we allowed to use them for other things? Or
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify, this is not just for 4-year-olds. This is for 4-year-olds with disabilities who are being served as part of the transition of special education services from child development services to the district. So not all 4-year-olds ride a school bus, and these will be specialized transportation buses.
Okay.
And in theory, no, the staff that are being paid, we will have a driver and an assistant on each of these buses. So these buses are technically for that purpose.
Okay. So, for example, if one of these buses had 4 empty seats and it was going from point A to point B, and there happened to be a 4-year-old or a kindergartner or somebody who also was going in the same direction, they won't be able to ride.
Probably not. But I mean, logistically speaking, I'm not sure it would be an issue.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's the reverse is actually possible as well, that if we put a child on a bus who they would pay the transportation, if we can figure out how to prorate it and document it, they would actually reimburse us for that part.
Okay.
So I suppose technically if we put a child on the bus who wasn't in that category, they might try to do the reverse. I don't know. We haven't even honestly talked about that because right now, just being able to transport those students is the lift we're focused on.
Okay. And then my only other question was, do we need to vote to get past the first read?
Yes, we do. And we'll do that in just a moment.
Okay.
My question was, this is coming before the board because of the amount of money that it is? Or why is this coming before the board right now?
A lease agreement does require board authorization.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't remember what rule was making it happen. I would like to make a motion to bypass the first read and go to second read on this. Is there a second? Board Member Oberman is quick on the second. I appreciate that. Are there any questions on that motion? Any general discussion? All those in favor of bypassing the first read? Okay, that's unanimous. Dr. Warren, I'm going to bypass you taking the roll. So then, is there a motion to approve the lease of, to authorize the lease for the purchase of 3 new school buses? Thank you, Board Member Ali. Is there a second? Board Member Bryden. Is there any questions on the motion? Is there any general discussion on the motion? Is there any public comment on the motion? See no public comment. Let me just double check. No public comment. Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of authorizing this lease to purchase 3 new school buses. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Member Ali?
Yes.
Member Yusra Ali?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo? Member Bryden?
Yes.
Member Lena?
Yes.
Member Noor? Member Opperman?
Yes.
Member Sautel?
Yes.
Chair Lentz?
Yes, so that motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa.
So we have next, we've got 2 executive sessions. I'm going to take the motions for those, and then I'm just going to give a little bit of a description about what's going to happen in those executive sessions as an attempt to try to give more transparency to what's happening in those executive sessions. I can't do it afterwards because that would be a violation of policy, but to just try to give folks a little bit more information where we can. So up first, we have the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056A to discuss the superintendent's evaluation. And then we also have the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056D to discuss contract negotiations for Portland Administrators Association, special education coordinators, multilingual specialists, educational technicians, and student enrichment coordinators. Is there a second to enter into those executive sessions? Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Are there any questions on that? All those in favor of entering into those executive sessions? That is unanimous. First up, this will just be an update on any negotiations that have happened for those bargaining units since we have had our last board meeting. And then we will move into the superintendent's evaluation. The superintendent's evaluation, the format of that is found in policy. The board evaluates the superintendent on a number of competencies. The superintendent evaluates himself on a number of competencies. This year, we also asked the superintendent's direct reports to evaluate on those competencies as well. And then those, all of those evaluations are taken and a summary is created, which will be the basis of the conversation of this evaluation. Superintendent evaluations are personnel items and are not FOIable or made public in any way. But wanted to let folks know that it is happening now, and this will be the regular schedule moving forward, that we hope to have this evaluation by the start of the school year moving forward, and we'll have a set of concrete goals that will be able to be made public. So with that, we will take just a 5-minute break so people can get what they need, and then
And for board members, we will not be meeting in that room. We will be meeting across the hall in the library.
Oh, across the hall in the library, everybody. Thank you all. Thank you. And we are back and just waiting for quorum here. Yeah, although in limited exceptions, you can adjourn with less than 5. I think I can choose that. Is there anyone else in the building? Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to adjourn. Julie, I just made a motion to adjourn. Sarah Bryden is seconding. All those in favor? It is unanimous, and we are adjourned at 10:51. So we will see you again in 2 weeks. Thank you.